my goodness, how y'all doing? Did y'all hear the news today? And if you guys can hear me, please press that too. You know I have to make sure this thing is working. Yesterday I was going live, but Blog Talk Radio ain't working today. Yesterday, girl, Blog Talk Radio ain't working today either. Ooh. And I'm paying them all my good hard-earned money. So you know I had to bring it on to StreamYard. So I need you guys to hit that button at the top. I put it at the top of the link. It should be up there. Hold on. Let me pin that thing. So I pinned that thing, and I need y'all to hit that link, and I need us to discuss Diddy Takedown. Yes, Diddy got to be taken all the way down. If you hear me, comment, let me know, honey. Do you want Diddy to be thrown away in prison? Press 5 if you want his behind in prison. Okay. Yes, honey. They tell me Cassie ain't having it. She want it all. She want that money, which she got checked. Now she want Diddy to be put away for the rest of his life. Yes, yes. Did you guys really think that Cassie forgot about all the stuff that he did to her? Did you think she forgot about it? All that trauma, okay? Being put down on your back and things. Being with men you don't want to be with. Ladies, could you imagine being with a man that you know want another man, but he's still putting up in you? He is getting the other gay man to do this thing, to do you? Oh, hell no. Okay? Lord, maybe she, honey, ain't no telling all the shit he done gave her. Okay? Girl, they tell me that he's passing out them bumps. Ooh, like the Jehovah is walking around knocking on doors, just giving it hello. Hello. Do you know Jehovah? Do you know? Just giving them out like government cheese and things. And honey, they say she's been working with the feds all this long. Did you imagine that? Did you imagine that? I see you in the comments talking about some get it, Gigi. I'm going to need y'all to get it with me, honey. I'm going to need y'all to get it. I'm going to need y'all to hit this link because after all, this is the People Station where y'all call in. Y'all can call in. So y'all going to have to hit that link at the top to come up here on StreamYard to tell us how y'all really feel about this, okay? We want to hear people. And you, when I start having people come up here, I'm going to tell y'all my rules, okay? But honey, Diddy, you are going down. You are going down. And let's not forget, Cassie is working with all parties involved. Cassie is working with Little Rod, okay? And the things he did with Little Rod, honey, he just had that boy cheek spread it. I'm sure he got the bumps too. I'm sure everybody involved got them damn bumps. Okay, they're just tingling and everything. I bet every time Cassie break out with an outbreak, she think of Diddy. Okay, girl, you know it. Every time Cassie got an outbreak, she think of Diddy. So hell yeah, she's still mad about that. She should be. All those years she spent with that man, just being a prisoner in his house, being a prisoner in his life. When she tried to leave, he was following her. Oh my God, I bet he got bad breath. I bet his farts stink and she was just taking it. Take that. Because he don't care. And let's not forget about the piss. I mean, I'm sure he done pissed on her so many times. What do y'all think? Do y'all think Diddy done pissed on her? He probably pissed and shit it too. He nasty. He is nasty. He is so damn nasty and trifling. Oh my God. So hell yeah, no wonder she still want him to go under the jail for all that piss and shit. Then he has introduced her to and made her take that, and she's having dreams about that. She got nightmares about that. So she's working behind the scenes. A lot of people didn't think she would be continue to work on this thing. They thought that she was gonna get the money and she was gonna go. Okay, because she got all that money, millions and millions and millions of dollars to keep that mouth quiet. But Cassie said, I can't stop, won't stop. Okay. She done picked that goddamn energy up from Diddy. Can't stop, won't stop. So Cassie said she cannot stop and she won't stop coming for Diddy. Okay. She said, I can't stop, won't stop. So, honey, she want him thrown up under the jail. And then let's not forget Al be motherfucking sure. Okay. He is teaming up with Ben Crump, honey. Yes. Now they said Ben Crump in the past, he didn't want to do it because he feared Diddy. But honey, they say Diddy is weak right now. And when a monster is weak, when a lion can no longer roar, honey, they gonna all come like hyenas and tear that lion up. If you know the wildlife, you know that hyenas in a whole pack can take down a big old lion, especially when the lion is old in age or the lion's been wounded. Okay. So, honey, they are all coming to feast. And you say, Al, be sure. You know he was about to die. Okay. Diddy was gonna take his ass out of here. Had that man in a coma. You should see how bad that nigga looked. Girl, he looked like he was skinny. He looked like he had that goddamn high five. Okay. Honey, they said it was by the grace of God that Al B. Short made it, and you gotta thank God for it because God had his hand all in this. Honey, Diddy Devil thought he was gonna get away with everything and leave this earth peacefully. Nah, nigga, you got the wrong one. Honey, they said God put his hand on Al B. Short, kept him alive for all this time, gave him the strength to keep on fighting. And I guess Al B. Short, he got the spear too. Can't stop, won't stop. See that won't stop, can't stop, that spear. It come back on your ass like a boomerang. It come back on that ass like a boomerang. So, honey, they all can't stop, won't stop. And to Diddy is behind bars where he belongs, off the street, because he is a danger to society. Okay. We don't know how many victims that didn't he didn't tarnish, how many victims that didn't he didn't harass, and we don't know if he put that spirit on his kids to be monsters like him. We don't know if he is putting that spirit on other people to do the same thing that he's been doing for all these years and getting away with it. Yes, honey, and Al B. Sure he is still upset about his son. They tell me that Diddy, oh my God, he took Quincy from Al B. Sure and he threatened Al B. Sure. He said, listen, I'm with Kim Porter now, and you're trying to use your child as leverage to see her. Nigga, forget about it, buddy. Okay. I would take your ass out of here. You better go on somewhere, hit the road, Jack. And I guess I'll be sure he was scared at that time. So, honey, I don't know everything, but that's just what I've been told, girl. So, honey, what do y'all think about this? We need you guys to hit that like button. We don't got that much likes. And I see you, see Alan. I'm about to hit you butt up right now. And I'm so glad you called. And hit that link at the top if you guys want to speak about this. Like I said, this channel is really for y'all to come up here and speak about it. Okay, so I need y'all to hit that link, and I will tell you this: please don't cuss on this platform. My platform, please don't cuss, and please don't tell me about no other YouTuber. Okay, if you heard something from the streets, you know I want to hear it, but just say this is what I heard. You don't got to say, well, go look at such and such. Well, okay, so that's all I got. And don't say nothing too freaky. Remember, be creative when you're describing stuff. Okay, we might have little kids in the room. All right, without further ado, see Alan, how you doing, baby?
Hey, Gigi, how are you?
Girl, I'm pissed. Why is Diddy still around here? Why?
I mean, from what I heard, he may be working with the feds as well. So,
Shut up.
yeah,
We need to throw the feds away then. Just throw the whole system away then.
we do. But now that I guess his protection is about up, they're trying to go a little harder, but they're still being lenient because he has helped them with other things. So that's why he feel untouchable, and he feel like he could do whatever because he was, working with the feds.
Mm. So, what are your thoughts about Cassie coming up, hitting that bombshell? She has been working with the feds all this long,
It
helping the
makes sense.
feds. Hold on. They said that the reason why they were able to get a judge to write off to go into Diddy's house like that because of Cassie. She went up to that judge. She said, no, 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 no. No. Y'all not gonna let him get away with this shit. Okay? Because Cassie fears if Diddy get away with this shit, honey, he gonna come for her child and Nick. Girl, cause he want that payback. What's that sound? The big payback. Hey, the big payback, honey. He want a big ass payback. So they said Cassie, she is going up there, knocking on the judge's door, trying to figure out, hey, this nigga, I got a target on my back because I embarrassed him. I put this shit out here. I got to start a rolling. And I need his ass to be in prison because I'm scared he going to fuck me up some more. Okay. Go ahead, C. Allen.
I feel like that's been the plan the whole time because I feel like she wouldn't have been as comfortable with putting out for the settlement and for the amount that she did. She had to feel comfortable enough that she felt protected because she know what he's capable of. That's why she stayed with him for so long. So I truly feel like that makes sense. That they was like, all right, this to go, and now they have this stuff happening back to back after her thing was settled within less than 24 hours. They have a lot on him. Whether he was working as a Fed informant or not, they have enough on him on what he did or people around him and his corporation, as they call it, that they're telling her we can protect you. Like, we got this. They can't just raid nobody. That's something in years of making. They have been watching him. Cassie has been advised since she has left him on when she need to put the gas to the pedal. That's just how I feel about the whole thing. This isn't no, oh, she just came out the blue and did it. No. All of this is being strategically done. And even with I'll be sure, he's coming out now too because he feels more comfortable. Because he feel like, okay, he's being watched. He can't just get to me. I gotta watch my moves. Everybody's being very strategic on how they're playing into all of these factors to bring Diddy down. They're making him weaker and weaker. But they knew they couldn't just do it a certain way because he had too much strength for them to be individualized to do it. So they had to come together. And that's just how I feel about it. It's unfortunate.
Girl, it remind me of Go Power Rangers. You mighty morphin. Power
Everybody put
Rangers.
your force together.
Yes, we got the mighty morphin power time. Okay, honey. They about to transform into them big ass robots and take Diddy down. Yes. I don't know how long he can withdraw this, honey. I guess another month or two, he'll be going back in prison. And people in the comments just talking about, oh my God, I guess Diddy gonna give up the cakes. Well, ain't nobody want them damn cakes. Them cakes got bumps on that shit. If you touch hey, he might be saved because of them. But you know what? Them niggas, and they don't give a damn. They passing out shit like they playing spades, okay? Passing out cards. So, honey, I just don't know. Cassie, she is for the win. And you know what? I bet she's making everybody suffer. Because so many people are saying, oh, you don't care. You just want the money. Why aren't you fighting to put him in jail? Well, honey, Cassie got a new tone for you. She said, honey, I got the money. Check. Okay, now it's time to put your ass in jail. Okay. So what do you think the people got to say about that?
What that lawsuit did was just open up who's going to settle for at least $20 million within 24 hours unless something in there was going to be damaging to you or something in there even if it was just the slightest thing, something had to be true. Because you could have disputed. She had too much. He couldn't even fight it with his lawyers. It wasn't even worth trying to go back and forth. And it seemed like to me it was a timeline put on it. That's why he did it so fast to get it away and being back. It was public access to see what she put in there. So my thing is, it couldn't have been a lie. Or if it was a lie, it was a good portion that was the truth, and it was worth over $20 million. Because who's going to pay out for a lie in 24 hours? Especially if you can't prove it or you can prove it to be a lie. So my whole thing is that just kind of opened it up a little bit. And that was just like part of the ball that they already started with the snowball effect. They have been watching him. And they told her, okay, hit him with this. We're about to start it in this process. I really think everything is falling in line.
Mm.
She was part of it.
Honey, when I tell you by Diddy paying Cassie off that much in such a quick time and he didn't fight it, it made him seem guilty, which he is. He's guilty. And honey, he might be smart, but he ain't no genius because he thought that, okay, this whole Cassie, she just want the money. But he don't even know who Cassie is. And he never wanted to know who Cassie is because he wanted to use her butt like a product for his own entertainment. Cassie was nothing more but a toy for his entertainment to get off on his freak offs, okay? She was just a product to be looking nice and looking pretty, okay, and to get him turned on so all the men's that he won't honey, he loved to see the men's drip. I ain't gonna go in it because it's too graphic. Okay.
It's
But
golden showers.
she is traumatized. Yeah. But you know, I'm trying not to be so great. I'm trying to be more PG, if you know what I mean. So I ain't gonna try to go there. I'm gonna try to pull myself back from having the want to go there because this ain't, you know. So I bet you, could you imagine if you went through all that terror for all those years? Could you imagine yourself having nightmares? It messed your whole life up. It messed your whole life up. Your whole life, a big part of it is based on being a prisoner in this man place, and she don't have nothing to call her own when Diddy left her. When she left Diddy, she didn't have nothing, you know? And Diddy, he could have been nice and did something, but it goes, he's a monster. He don't care about nobody but himself. He's so selfish. He never really got to know Cassie. He just saw her as a product. So he really cannot how can I say it? If you know somebody, you can pretty much know, okay, this is more than money. She don't want money. But if you don't know anybody, you think some shallow shit, okay, this is a money. Let me throw some money at her and get her to shut the fuck up. Okay, and let's move on. And I feel he felt because he threw that money at her so fast that she would be grateful. You see, you didn't have to fight for it. You see, you don't have to go too much. You don't have to get on the stand. You don't got to tell your story. You don't got to make yourself being embarrassing and nothing like that. Okay, but now, honey, it seems like Cassie is the victor. When I tell you it's the story of the little girl that everybody, I guess, under, you know, they didn't think she'd come this far, honey, because if you would go back in the 90s when he was getting with her, if somebody would have told him she's going to be your downfall, she going to expose your truth, he would never believe it.
Nobody would have, honestly.
People wouldn't see it. And ain't this the crazy thing about life? You never know what's coming. You know, Forrest Gump, he had it right all the time. Life is like a box of chocolates.
You never know what you're going to get.
Hell yeah. Shit.
And that's what happened with Cassie. Honestly, I feel like now the sober Cassie and being with her husband, I feel like that too gave her the strength to go on and get, I'm not going to say justice, but to try to get things solved. because no telling what type of therapy she has to go through, no telling what type of trauma she's still dealing with, and she has children now, and her husband has to deal with these type of things. At some point, he's going to continue to support you, but at some point, as your husband, he's going to say, babe, this is what we have to do to get you right on track. He has the knowledge to say, okay, you need a therapist, let's get a lawyer, let's do this. She's a sober version now.
Wow, I forgot all about that. So this whole time, Cassie was with Diddy all those years of all that drinking that she didn't even want to do, all that drugging her, she didn't even want to participate in. When I tell you sometimes, okay, I'm gonna go a little personal. When when I'm dealing with a headache or whatever, and I gotta pop one of them damn pills, and I get so dizzy. I can't stand being on pain medicine. I don't like it. It make me feel sleepy. I don't even like taking certain medication because it make me feel drowsy and sleepy, and I can't help myself. I like to be in my right frame of mind all the time. I like to be in control. And to the fact that somebody was putting Mickey's in my drink, that is the person that I'm calling out in public, my boyfriend, but in real life, he's my enemy. He's the devil. Oh my God. And I got to come out here and smile and fake it for the cameras. Honey, that is a type of prison I would not even want to be in. And this is what she was dealing with. And everybody just, oh, loving her. Oh, girl, honey, you got Diddy. You go, girl. Ooh, you get all this shit. And this should serve a lesson for all you people out here that's looking for all these men for money and to do for you, and you don't got to do shit. Let me tell you something, baby. Ain't nothing in life is for free. Y'all want to sit on y'all backs and y'all don't want to do shit, and you want a nigga to do everything for you, baby, you're going to have to pay one way or another, and it's going to be a big price to pay, okay? Now, the only person I know that's living like that is 1 in a million. Like Aaliyah said, your love is a 1 in a million. It goes on and on and on. Okay, and that 1 in a million is Sierra and Russell, honey. Okay. Now, honey, if they ever have some shit on Sierra and Russell, girl, you're going to have to take the wheel for me. Okay, but that's the only one I know. And Russell treat Sierra real good. I hope they don't got no skeletons in their closet. But back to Cassie and Diddy. Most times when you're getting all this money from these men and you want to fake it out here, like, oh, he give me money because I'm pretty. Just like that young Miami hood red hoe. Okay, bitch, it ain't enough pretty in the world. Y'all are doing some strange things for some change. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And come to find out, young Miami, you was the worker, honey. You was putting up that sugar booger. You was subjected to shit and piss getting on. You were subjected for having a gay man go up in your hiney, girl. Okay? Girl, you really have to degrade yourself for the people to make it seem like you all that in a bag of damn chips. Honey, you ain't shit. Okay.
Mom holding a sign saying, hey, Poppy.
Girl and honey, that type of ideology is getting in these hood red hoes mindset that they can do it too. And you're going to end up like damn Cassie. Okay, you're going to end up with a goddamn gay man that's going to use you as a damn prostitute. Okay, and you just work. But some of y'all fine with that shit. So go ahead. How you doing? Okay, but it is not all what these girls make it seem to be. Like they just getting money because they so pretty and they don't got to. Girl, please. Y'all doing a whole bunch of shit. Okay.
She admitted to being with Jason Lee. She admitted to being a worker. She said, she was like, I'm a or, like I'm a real or. And I was like, wow. When I saw that video, I was like, wow, she's very serious. And she was giggling when she said it. She's like I'm with the W type of or. And I was like, wow. And when you look up the definition of that, It just says prostitution. So she's getting paid for what she does.
And she always told y'all who she was. I remember a song. I like this song. Actually, I was looking at it yesterday. It was with Lotto, Young Miami, and that girl. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Brooke, right? She said, Young Mommy said, I'm on demon time taking niggas' souls. Oh, hell yeah. She know what time it is. She said she's on demon time taking niggas' souls, girl.
Well,
Okay.
it sounds like her soul being taken versus
Well,
theirs.
if her soul is being taken, then that means that you work for the devil. So therefore, he's going to implore you to take up the souls. So just because your soul is taken, you still have to go to do the work because you're employed now. So you work, you gotta go take other souls, okay? Yeah, honey. So, honey, when I tell you Cassie is coming for Diddy. Diddy is going to jail very soon. He is going to jail. And let's not forget about what he did to Al B. Shore. Al B. Shore, they said everybody in that record company is dead except for Al B. Shore. And Diddy planned on killing Al B. Shore. And he just didn't. God had his hand on Al B. Shore where God said, no, you ain't going to touch this one. Okay, because this one is going to come back and he going to circle around the block. Because ain't that what Al doing? Honey, he is spinning the block. He is spinning that goddamn block on Diddy. And Diddy, when I tell you Al B. Shore and being Crump, they got something really, goddamn.
Hold on. He ain't over there messing with you, is it?
What you say?
He ain't over there messing with you, is he?
Who?
You coughing. You know that's how Kim Porter went down.
Girl, shut the hell up. Honey, I got God on my side. Okay. Honey, I had a little interference. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a little
making sure.
Honey, we gonna come back with the comeback. Okay, because it was getting good when I said Al B. Shore was spinning that block. Diddy, all the hairs on his head just started standing up when I said that. And how I said it. Al B. Shore spinning that block on Diddy. I said again, I'm going to double down on what I say. How about that? Okay.
Yeah, get it out.
Yeah, I'm going to
blink twice.
Yes. And he is coming to finish Diddy off. They are all coming to finish Diddy off. What they say, the chickens has came home to roost. So what are your thoughts about the Al B. Shore situation with Diddy?
I think that he, like I say, he's comfortable now. Like he has something to do. That's how I feel. I feel like he has something to do with Kim Porter. Very healthy woman for her age.
But I want to talk about how this man was in a coma.
But I'm connecting the dots because that's how he connected to Diddy. Is because of Kim Porter. That's the only reason why Al B. Shore is connected to Diddy, because he pretty much took Al B. Shore's son and was like, I'm the daddy now, I'm the pappy. Go ahead about your business. And I think that Kim, she confined in Al B. Shore a lot of stuff once she started seeing it for herself. And he like trying to get his son back, and he like, no. And he like, oh, what Kim tell you? And he tried to take him out as well.
I'm just so sick.
He couldn't talk or anything for
when I see Al B. Shore. Have y'all saw those pictures? I know y'all seen the pictures. Everybody seen the pictures. Oh, percent if you seen the pictures. Al B. Shore, it looked like, man, he was one way away from being dead. He was so skinny, his face deformed. And honey, all those years that Diddy took away from his life, Al B. Shore had to suffer in the hospital watching TV of the man that did this on the news, on the goddamn music awards, dancing and mopping around with his son, hugging on his son. Oh my God, that is so devastating. He can't do nothing. He up in the goddamn hospital, paranoid, just thinking, is Diddy gonna come back and finish the job? Just praying, God, please protect me, Lord, please. Okay. Oh my goodness, I tell you. Ooh, that is a pain, girl. I'm sure Al be sure when he got into this music industry, he did not know his story was gonna end up like this. And
No.
that's why I stay away from these damn thugs. Make no mistake about it, Diddy is a damn thug. He come from the guy. He may be educated, but honey, he's an educated thug. He hang out with the thugs. Okay.
He got thug mentality.
Hell yeah, he got that takeover spirit. He's so selfish, and he just wanna. Oh my God, he dominate the system, don't he? And he don't. He will run you over and won't look bad and keep going. When you look at total, okay, kissing you is all that I've been dreaming of. Honey, where they at? Broke.
Then,
Okay,
bro,
there's so much trauma. Okay, all the artists, honey, I tell you. Mm.
Pam done got her life back with God after being down and on drugs. And I'm like, wow, he would let you go that route?
Mm. C. Allen gonna be my host today. C. Allen, you my host. Now I need y'all to come on up here, y'all. Y'all need to call in. We need to hear from y'all. Like I said, this platform is for the people. Okay, I don't want to hog up all the space. I need y'all to call in. People are scared to speak on Diddy. Why they so scared, C. Allen? I would think now, he is a person, he's a lion, and he's wounded. And all he doing, he ain't even howling. He ain't even barking.
I
But
wonder if some people are old enough to even look
right.
back on a lot of the things that Diddy has done that's watching right now to like fully understand, or are they just, young and catching up on everything that
So
has
we talking about
transpired?
the people that has relationships with him. Like Mary J. Blige, like Jay-Z, like Little Kim.
But
I mean,
look, Kim distanced herself from him
that
after
ain't
Biggie.
enough. That ain't enough. That
But
ain't
no,
enough.
that was kind of like a sign when she did the performance not too long ago. That was their first time even really speaking, because she felt some type of way about the whole thing with Biggie and Junior Mafia. So I don't know how much she may have known, because her thing was she went through Biggie and Biggie went through Puff on her behalf. So she wasn't too comfortable with it, and she even said it.
Mm,
So Mary J, though, she was direct contact with Puff.
mm,
And she had her moments and dealt with her demons and overcame them. Maybe she didn't see as much as other people saw.
mm. Honey, they said Little Kim went to a whole jail and Diddy not once ever came to see her. And that just goes to show you he is selfish and he don't care about nobody. And I hope when he go to jail, nobody sees him. And no wonder why nobody come to his rescue. Because did he come to anybody else rescue? No, he is selfish. He's not going to do nothing unless it benefits him in his demonic ways. Honey, I am too sick of this. And they are saying faith know a lot too. And I heard recently, Little Kim, she said that Diddy was going to try to take her out of here. That's what I heard. She said on the radio show that Diddy promised to take her out here if she run her mouth. So, honey, I don't know what is going on with here.
It
Ooh.
looks pretty obvious. They're intimidated by him because they know they have seen what he's capable of. He has shown them.
Well, yeah, it's just like I guess a person that do a lot of barking, but they don't bite, versus a person that do a lot of biting. Okay,
Yeah, with no barking.
Diddy has done a lot of biting. He'll bite your butt. He's like a damn snake. He'll slither up on you and poison you. Okay, so they're afraid that snake gonna slither, and when he comes, they say you don't know it. You won't see it. You be looking and you think you see Diddy in front of you, girl. He be right behind your ear at the same damn time, then hit you with that poison, and then he gone because he's gonna always have you distracted on something else while he's doing something else.
Like a
And
snake.
that's the type of hocus pocus you dealing with, okay? Girl, I tell y'all, I need y'all to hit this like button, god darn it. Y'all hit this damn like button. Make sure you have subscribed here at the YouTube channel, especially if y'all want me to come on live every single day. I need y'all to hit the like, okay? Unless y'all want me to continue with them short ass videos. Okay, so listen.
What
Listen.
you being proper?
All in. Right. With the professional character. Okay. Okay. So I need y'all to hit that damn link at the top. I told y'all the link is at the top. You come up here and I want to hear what all of y'all got to say. And me and C. Allen, we're gonna be hosting this video streamline conference. So I'm looking here in the comment section. Diddy going to jail if he doesn't let his spirit leave first? Okay, so they talking about death. Oh my God. Now, when you talk about death and Diddy going to death, I don't know. Because they have this psychic lady called Salone Bella. And they tell, I don't go over there watch it. You know, I don't know what she does. They say she does phenomenal work. So I'm going to take the people word for it.
Right.
That she predicted that Diddy was going to jail around Easter. Or no, she predicted that something horrible was going to happen to Diddy around Easter. And look, something happened around Easter. And they said that she said in a couple of years, I don't know, I think the 2027 or 2025, Diddy is no longer on the plane. His energy is not on earth. So to me, that means he dead. Okay. Because if you are in prison, your energy, you could still feel your energy. Shit. When you
Right.
don't feel that energy, either that the devil then cloths him himself, you know, they got that cloth. If y'all watch Harry Potter, listen, Harry Potter, they got a goddamn cloth like a little sheet, and you put it over yourself, and you cannot be seen, or the energy cannot be, you know, felt enough when they look at that damn map. Okay, you disappear. So either he dead or he gonna do a Harry Potter. And y'all need to look at Harry Potter. When I tell y'all it's some mystery shit that goes on in the real world that can give y'all some insight of what's going on around you. Okay? Go ahead, C. Allen.
No, I was just sitting right here agreeing with you. Like everything that you said, I agree with. People don't understand that even like you say with Harry Potter, my mom always told me in every movie there's a bit of truth of how it relates to life. Whether it be a magical movie, it's more so based on like how spiritual things transform and stuff happen. Things can happen in a spiritual way that we don't understand or see just yet in a realm. And like you said, they said his spirit be here no more. Like you said, he could still have a spirit in jail. I mean, he's fit to be in jail for what he does. So what she's saying, in my opinion, is that his spirit will leave his flesh, meaning he will no longer be here on this earth. And if it does come to that, I don't think it'll be something like, oh well, he's in jail, somebody be. I don't think it will come from nobody else. I would think it would come from a mental breakdown because he can't handle his own fate for everything that he has done. That's what I truly believe.
And maybe you're right. Maybe, you know, he's good at fronting because he is a spectacular guy when it comes to putting on for the cameras and when it comes to bluffing, you know, in front of people. So maybe he's behind closed doors, just crying his eyes out. You know, he can't think, baby. He can't do nothing without him in his life. And see, this goes to show you if y'all would decide to take a more conservative way, you don't got to be all conservative because I'm very liberal. But if he would have decided to, you know what, let me get a wife and sit down and have a family and just do it the right way, he wouldn't be going through all this shit. Okay. But him being this horrible control freak and him conflicting pain on others and not caring about others, having no sympathy, having no empathy on anybody else, will have you having a horrible ending in life. Okay, he's gonna go out really bad, and maybe it was worth it to him. Maybe he has some great times and thrills that he would never forget. But honey, when I tell you the real thrill is gonna be how they do his ass. The real thrill is how they gonna do merry go, loop de loop around his ass at the end, okay? Because, honey, they are about to have fun with him. Okay. Al be sure about to knock his ass down. Then Cassie gonna get a turn. Then the other people gonna get a turn. And honey, that's what you're seeing now. They are all taking a turn on his behind. And if you know anything about a black man, like I know about black men, honey, reputation is everything. Okay.
Yep.
Girl, what people say about you back in my day when I was growing up, if you say something about a black, they'll knock your ass out of here. Okay, just because they had a reputation and they can't ever be around here make it seem like they soft or they play that shit. They you say, homie, don't play that shit, okay? And knock your ass out of here. So, honey, when I tell you everybody is playing with his name, everybody is disgracing his name, his legacy is ruined. Everything in the history books, it will be tainted and ruined all because of him. All because of his, I don't know what you want to call it, pride or I don't know, but honey, it's all him. He got to go down. He has to go down. And they tell me about that record company. I don't know. Do y'all know anything about the record company? They said that he had such a takeover spirit that he took out Heavy D. He took out Craig Mack. He took out Biggie Smalls because Biggie Smalls
Smalls wanted his rights. Yep, he wanted his music.
and Diddy, he has a control issue. He got a take over issue. He want to control and take over everybody. Okay. And if he can't have his way with you, he gonna take your ass out of here. Okay. He gonna take his ass out of here. And you know what? That was the younger Diddy. And I wonder, is the younger Diddy and older Diddy, has they changed? You know how life goes. We all change.
And me personally,
Older
no.
Diddy, go ahead,
Uh,
C. Allen.
um, younger Diddy and today Diddy is, if it's not the same, it's worse because older Diddy feel like he done got away with it at a younger age, so he can do anything now. See, men don't evolve. No offense, but men don't evolve. They want to stay in that young mentality. So he keep the young girl. That's why he got Young Miami and the girl that he got pregnant. That mentality doesn't grow. Your face can age. You can get gray hair, but with men, they want to feel like they still got it. And I see in the chat a lot of people are bringing up some stuff that did come out that it is tied to BMF when I go back to say that he was an informant. And it is true. That's why 50 is like really trolling him because he has been in talk with Meech and BMF actually funded Bad Boys before Clive Davis came into the picture after they were, discovered, I guess. But BMF gave him his kind of startup money to do his record deal. But to find out you was an informant the whole time, and then to find out you was an informant when BMF got these RICO charges, Meech and Southwest T got time when you were an informant and it's on documentation, but at the same time you trying to go hard. So yeah, he has a lot of fear right now. People aren't fearful of him because they know right now he's shaking in his boots.
What, girl? I ain't hear about that. Did y'all
Yes,
know
ma'am.
about this MFT, MFF shit? Huh?
BMF, Black
B-
Mafia Family.
Did y'all know about this BMF shit? This BMF linking to Diddy? She telling me, C. Allen, our host, she told me, girl, I ain't never heard this shit. That Diddy been working with the cops, girl. He's a snitch. Okay. Now, I don't have nothing against snitches, but in the street life, I guess snitches is the enemy, right? Because they all do criminal shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, honey, she tell me BMF was a criminal crew. They do criminal stuff. And they funded Diddy the money to be successful all around. He's a snitch. He working with the popos, and that's what they hate the most. And now she's alluding to Diddy has something to do with getting BMF locked up for all those years. And she's alluding that that's why 50 Cent, he purposely did the BMF documentary
I
to.
ain't say that. I
Oh,
said he's in touch with Meech and them, and
okay.
that's how he knows this stuff behind him. I'm alluding to the fact that he was an informant while he was under informant status with the feds. Is the same time that they got hit with their RICO charges. That's what I do know with Southwest T and Big Beach and the people that was under them, because it was like they slowly took people out until they got to Big Meech and his brother T. They were all working together, but in order to get certain information, you gotta be on the inside. Diddy was on the inside, and I'm not saying he was the only informant, but he was listed as an informant for the FBI. It didn't say what case, but the timing does line up with BMF going down.
Uh, So, honey, I'm going to connect the dots. Diddy, honey, he put BMF behind bars so he can continue his lavish life. Okay, that's what I'm getting from it. That Diddy, he is an informant and he has both hands. He got a criminal hand and he got an informant hand. And I guess both hands, do they wash each other? Do the
Mm-hmm.
informants been knowing that he's been doing all this criminal shit? Have the informants been knowing he was doing this with Cassie? Has the informants know this or what, C. Allen?
That's why he felt like he wasn't touchable. That's why people kept saying that he won't be touched and stuff like this. Like a while ago, it was like, I can do what I want. I ain't gonna get locked up. Like he was alluding to it, but people didn't understand, and people thinking like, oh, he gonna pay off the judge, he gonna pay off juror, stuff like that. No, he was an informant, so he knew like they ain't looking at me for certain stuff because I'm helping them get a bigger fish. But
Oh,
now he's the big fish.
oh, okay.
That's why when he was like in Miami, people didn't see the way that man was pacing. That wasn't a pace for peace. That wasn't a pace like, yeah, they ain't gonna find nothing. That was a pace for, I hope they don't find and I hope I don't get locked up. Where's my lawyer at? He was pacing for dear life.
Wow. Ooh, Jamie said, is he gonna get immunity? Immunity? Is he?
I don't know because he was an informant. I don't know how federal informant status work. Are you an informant forever? Where you covered? I don't know. Because if that's the case, everybody be lining up to be informants to do whatever they want.
Or guess what? Came across my mind. I don't know. The spirit just gave me something. What about the people in the police office, whatever? What if the person that was over the case making Diddy an informant? What if he died? And things change now. Because you always got things changing, people getting fired, they change jobs, they move out, they die. Could that have shifted everything? And then the person that took the position in the police department, they were opposite of being lenient on Diddy, and they wanted to be more strict. And things change, just like politicians and politics. All this shit changed. The way shit was in the 90s is not the same now. Everything is changed and everything will always evolve to change. And I guess Diddy did not foresee change is always going to happen.
I can believe that. I can see that happening. Whether it was, I think not so much of the FBI. I just think that he was reckless with the way that he moved. So that's just 1 second. Hold on. Stop that.
That Alexa going off. Now,
Yeah.
I see you in the comments, Moon, talking about Cassie not innocent. Well, come up here and hit that link and tell us what you think. And all of y'all need to come up here. We need more voices now.
Right. I want to understand because I see that
Right,
too.
y'all need
Like
to
I
call
said, a
in
lot
and
of
hit that
stuff.
link. Tell them, see? Tell them, hit that damn link.
Come on and talk up here because I like that. Like Cassie not innocent. Now, please explain. It's easier to talk than to type. So hit the link, come into StreamYard, and
Stream.
verify your stuff and just come up here and let's talk about it, because I want to hear other people's side of it too, because my sources is just my sources. I want to know your source so we can align this stuff up and we can find the truth, some false, some maybes. Let's talk about this. This is all little girls looking up to Carisha and all of this stuff. And then he got little girls who lost their mom and they don't know what really happened.
I can say one thing, and I'm not on Diddy's side. His daughters do not act like these hood rats out here, honey. His daughters and these hood rats are day and night.
Correct. And he made sure that. So that lets me know that he ain't lose all his right mind.
Mm. A lot of these girls, their age, honey, girl. I think even the Kim Kardashian kids is faster than
Yes.
daughters. Diddy daughters, they act like they was back in the 1800s. Honey, you don't never see a ass out of no nothing. They not out here trying to get no surgery or nothing. Girl, most girls I know, honey, they be trying to at the surgery table, trying to get a bigger butt, trying to get some more tits, trying to show that ass, trying to get a blonde wig on. I don't even see them with no blonde wig.
Just their natural hair color for the most part, looking like their mom.
Me a blonde, okay, but I guess Diddy don't allow it. Shit, they don't got no color. Shit,
Their mom didn't really have a lot of color. So I mean, to me, those girls look just like their mom. They're his oldest two. They look just like their mom, the twins.
but they kids, and this a new generation. All the hood rat girls are doing it.
Yeah, they got their wigs and stuff, their lace fronts, but they got braids. They're more natural. And to me, that does do my heart good when I see them being little girls, because they're older now. They're like 17, almost 18.
I feel like they are stricken, and Diddy, he's being over controlling with those girls. And I think they want to be like the rest of the girls too. And somebody said they only 17. Girl, what's 17? These hood rat hoes,
I had my son at 16, baby. That
acting out
17 ain't nothing.
that's normal. 14-year-old, ninth grade, that's when they doing it.
I was in college at 17.
On, and makeup on in the 8th grade. Okay, they got their nails did by ninth grade. 8th grade, you getting your nails done long. You know what I'm saying?
Nowadays, they can wear crop tops to school.
Yeah, Cardi B, she started dancing on a pole when she was, what, 16, 17. Shit,
Yeah.
girls start young.
And they're worse now with their, social
I think
media.
that the girls are not really living in their truth, and I think Diddy they scared. That's how I feel about them damn girls. I wouldn't want to be them goddamn daughters. I mean, y'all may like it because Diddy know how to, I guess, because y'all want that traditional shit. But honestly, I don't know. I don't know the girls because you really never see them like out in a public really speaking or doing much. Look at the Obama girls. Look, see,
Mhm.
they say that shit. Now, when Obama girls want to be themselves, y'all, oh my God, why you dating him? Why you looking like this? And they feel trapped. They can't be themselves.
Yeah, caught them smoking marijuana.
Yeah, I don't think Diddy is allowing his girls to live out who they are. I think he's putting them in prisons and he's making them. And he's like, well, you got to represent me. Bitch, I don't want to represent you.
He is keeping them very close.
Yeah.
And since their mom died, it was like, how hard they got.
Shit, if they want to wear blonde hair, I know they want to hit that 316. Shit.
Exactly.
I know they want to do the long eyelashes. I know they want to go out and have a good time. Okay, with their girlfriends going on girls trip to Cabo.
But see, their friends have to come to their house. It's not like they're allowed to do sleepovers. They're allowed to have the sleepovers if they want to be around their friends with their dad. But somebody asked the interesting question, and they said, why didn't Cassie leave after Diddy first hurt her heart? Let me tell you something about that. This is too real, not perfect. It is not easy, especially it's even harder when you're in a relationship. It is not easy to walk away, especially when you have nothing to walk away to. That's one. Two, when you are fearful of your life and somebody is making you do stuff, or even for them to get to that point with you, and it's somebody who you have built a trust level to, you don't know where to turn to. You don't know where to go. It's not as easy as after this, I'm walking out the door. That person don't, the same way they didn't give you an ultimatum to hurt you, they're not going to give you an ultimatum to just up and leave. She wasn't there for 10 years sober, for one. Two, she wasn't there because she wanted to be. When she made that song, she said she didn't even know what the song meant. She just did what she was told in the booth. So perfect, not perfect. It's not that easy. And me being a female that didn't have to deal with somebody as Diddy, it's not easy getting out those type of situations. Is you have to plan strategically to leave. But having somebody like Diddy with money, that's a hard situation. I can only imagine Cassie being in. So I can't judge her for that. I can't say why did she stay. Because when she left and she had kids and some more. And she hit him with a lawsuit. So she had to attempt.
Well, if I had to say something, well, Cassie was afraid. She was afraid of her life. Just like a lot of you, the women's out here, they with their boyfriends that beat on them, right? And they don't ever leave because they be scared. People are fearful. Like, if I leave, then what I'm going to do? Am I going to really work at Walmart again? Am I work at Popeyes? What people going to think about me? You know, I'm supposed to be this big old pop singer, and I got the man that everybody want to be with, and I'm gonna have to leave all this and go back to my country home and work at Popeyes. That shit is embarrassing, okay? And then, you know, they say he wouldn't let her go anyway. Even if she did want to go, he was not gonna let her go.
Somebody
I,
backstage trying to get in, Gigi.
yeah, I see her, but I'm okay. Yeah, I seen it. All right. Well, since you mentioned, I'm gonna tick her in now. All right. So Messenger, how you doing?
I'm very upset with you ladies giving that advice out about
That's
how a woman cannot leave a violent situation. Let's go.
okay, go ahead. Let's just
Okay.
discuss
I
because
was in a very violent situation, and if I didn't leave, I would have lost my life. If any woman is in a violent situation, you ask for as much services out there as possible and run for your life. If you got to work at McDonald's, no money is worth your life. No money is worth a designer bag or a prestigious way to live. Baby, eat rice and beans. Never, ever, ever stay in a volatile relationship. You can make it. And if you don't leave, oh, Gigi, when you said, oh, who wants to leave and be embarrassed and work at McDonald's? Baby, if you got to scrub toilets, leave.
well, that's very strong-minded. You know,
No,
everybody is not built
no,
that
you don't need a strong mind to do it. You need common sense. It's got nothing to do with strength. It's got everything to do with common sense.
I disagree. I think it takes a very strong-minded person to leave that type of situation, and they don't know exactly where they're gonna go or how they're gonna live, and especially when you have your boyfriend or well, it was a boyfriend. When you leave, he's gonna track you down and do something horrible. Who got time to get
No,
him?
no, that's why we have good services now, for domestic violence. They have people out there that are seriously willing to
That's
help you save
DV.
your life.
Yeah, they have people that help you with DV, but I don't care how many programs they got set up by the government. If you got a
We're
Diddy,
not talking about government, baby. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just
well,
because it's most of these things are privately funded.
okay, whether they're privately funded or not, when a wolf like Diddy is coming for you, do you think them programs is really can protect and save her when he can track you down with the police and he's an informant?
You know what? That's a very serious thing. Gigi, I want to ask you a question. Why is Child Protective Services not involved in these children at 16 years old?
See,
because nobody has called for them to check on it, and they are well taken care of as far as they know. He's the next parent after their mother has passed. And even with the new baby by Gina, she has him listed on there because she's seen how he interact with his other kids. If he
All,
was just
all
this
due respect.
violent person, why would she even allow her daughter, her baby girl, to go over there? So they're giving more reason on why he's not a bad person, in air quotes, as I say
That
that.
is so ludicrous to even say. We just seen home security with SWAT teams running this house. And for you to say they well taken care of when his sons was bought out by guns and they had about red lights on them, why? I ask a question again. Where's Child Protective Services?
They exactly, his sons were locked up, but the children were not. And when I say well taken care of, you have to look at it. In his situation, he has money, he has a roof over their head, they have clothes. Nobody is crying out on their behalf. The foster system is
Roof and
already.
clothes is not security. When
Hold
you
on.
are allegedly accused of sexual
well,
allegations,
let's watch the language.
oh,
DV. If
oh,
you
you're not
if
okay.
you
So,
accused are doing
Exactly.
something,
He's
yeah, yeah.
allegedly accused of doing that, but he has not allegedly done that to
let's
his
watch the
children.
language.
And the thing is, the foster care system is already overtaken. So if you have somebody with money, they're going to try to place them with a family member if they even have a crowd. Nobody is crying out for the children, saying that he's a bad father. So that's not what they're focusing on
Oh
when
my
it comes to
God!
the children.
If you do the things that he's accused of doing, and you got Homeland Security running your house, you know what? I love you, Black Sisters. I love your show.
No, I'm just saying that's what it is.
But
I'm not disagreeing with you.
no, no,
I'm
no,
just telling you
no.
how the
I didn't
system
like
is set
the way
up.
you talking. The way you talking. Oh, I'm so angry with you. So I just don't want to disrespect this platform. I'm going to leave. Go
So
Okay,
let
ahead.
me
well,
ask you one question. Do you blame Cassie? Did she blame Cassie for staying?
she did. She said she should have left, but she's gone now. So, but I wasn't saying that it was right because I even said that he only allows the girls to have sleepovers with him for their friends. I was just saying based on the information, no matter whether it's the Florida, LA, or the New York home, nobody is trying to take in these rich kids into foster care, and they can't provide them somewhere to stay when he's providing them somewhere to stay, food to eat. They aren't with him all the time for his FOs. So what are we supposed to do? They're with nannies, this, that, and the third. If nobody is doing a cry out help for the children, and then he's having more children, and she's putting him down as the father on the birth certificate, and she's not calling and saying, "Hey, my child is in danger." I'm not agreeing with it, but what I'm saying is there will be no investigation to his parenting skills versus his personal life. Do we know how many women are prostitutes in their personal life, but they go home and they are great parents? Are you telling me their children should be taken away for the life that they live to try to provide for them?
No. It's a lot of prostitutes that are mothers and strippers too. We know that.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, that's kind of like a that's a touchy subject. That's like I'm not going to
I
say
think
apples
we
and
should stay
oranges.
focused on Cassie and let's not try to move the goalposts because we
Yeah,
that way and that. Let's stick on Cassie. Now she is back. Messenger. Now I want to get it clear and stick on Cassie. So what do you feel like Cassie should have left a long time ago?
I feel like Cassie is being used to take his money. I feel like Cassie is an old retired um um uh, you know that word, that bad word. I feel like she volunteered for everything she sucked and effed. I feel like she didn't deserve a
Cassie,
dime.
but Cassie, ma'am, she hasn't been linked to a lot of guys. It was only Diddy.
I'm telling you, the allegations is that he had her as his sex slave.
Yeah, let's watch the language. He had
Okay, all right.
we already know what he had her
Okay.
as, but she did not want to do that. It was against her will.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no, no. We're not going to do that. You understand? Listen, let's call her SLUT, whatever you spell that word.
but
Let's
she's
call
not
these things how
that.
they are. Let's call these I'm gonna call her slut. Let's call these sluts as they are. She's a
She's
retired
not
slut.
that.
You
She's
understand?
honestly,
I'm telling you, in
she's
my
an
opinion,
girl.
Cassie volunteered to have sex with those men to keep that money in her pocket.
No, nobody would want that. She's a
Yes, she did. Come on, if you don't want something done to you, you're not gonna do it. She did it because she wanted the fame, the fortune, the Mela, the Met Gala. She wanted the diamonds, the rings, and then when she got retired and worn out, oh, they said, well, let us use him. When Chirac got tired and them things wanted to take him down, they said, let's use this thing right here. That's what they always use. A woman to take a man money. Go ahead, man. She did not. You know what? They used her, and I'm glad they did. I'm not taking up for Diddy, but they playing in our face. They playing in our face, okay? And I'm tired of them playing in our face. Let me, my grandbaby want to come back on the bed. Come on.
But look at Cassie track record. She's not out here like a young Miami being with a lot of thugs. She don't have a lot of baby daddies. She was an innocent girl that was trying to make her start in pop music.
In my opinion, she was a turned out slut that enjoyed making that money. And wasn't going to give that money up for nothing.
She was not a stripper like Cardi B.
And I know she don't have to be. She was a slut, a personal slut.
Can we stop calling her a slut though, please?
Well, can I not use that language on your platform? I will respect you to the
403.
Call her a Cassie. Because that's her name.
Can I call her as I feel to call her?
Okay.
403 is a substitute for the other word. 403.
No. Okay, let me put it this way. There are girls out there that will go to a party. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna find this lick. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that for that dollar bill.
But that's not her. That is not Cassie.
Yes, it was her from day one as a young girl. The first dollar bill was the diamond ring, and yeah, she wanted the life and the fame, and she did. She didn't have to do them things.
She wanted to work for it. She
didn't have to do those things. She didn't have to do those things. She volunteered her body. She enjoyed. Yes, she did.
She didn't even want to be with Diddy, but Diddy was forcing himself on her like, well, if you want this music industry, then you have to go on dates with me and doing this. And then when she was trying to get away, he was locking her in. She was 19 years old.
And then she okay. Listen, I'm not for it. We're not no. She volunteered her 19-year-old young body to make that money. Okay? And then they picked her up out the garbage can when she was all worn out and said, "Oh, all these things, you could get 30 million. So come over here and get it, girl." Yeah.
She before the lawsuit, Diddy didn't give her nothing. She didn't have nothing to her name. How could she say
that? She didn't know that though. She didn't know that. She didn't know that the diamonds would stop, the gold, the unlimited designer clothes. Come on, man. She was satisfied with what she got. The cars and your bookie. Yeah, my baby. Yeah, she
was lied to. Diddy kept on promising her, we're going to work on your music. You're going to do this. That's all she wanted. She had a girl with a dream that just wanted to make it big to show the world that she is a talent.
Lost and turned out, Olivia. Lost and turned out, Olivia. Okay, at least that Olivia got paid. I don't feel sorry for Cassie. I'm glad that they used her to take all his money. More to come. Give everybody their money. Give everybody their money. What about the non-Cassies? What about the ones that wasn't rich and famous? What about all of them?
Well, we're not talking about all of them because that has nothing to do with Cassie. Cassie, she was the strong one that fought the lion. She was the only
strong. She was used. Wasn't nothing strong about Cassie. If she was so strong, she wouldn't have went through all that nonsense. She was just used.
It takes a strong person to come out here and face the person that have done all this stuff to you.
It takes a person that got protection against him hurting her. That's what it takes. It takes 30 million. It takes somebody saying, girl, you could do this. We ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. That's what it takes. It takes somebody wanting this to become justice. You understand? You know, just like our kings already reported the reason why they broke into his house. They wanted the evidence about Gil Gates and or Bill could possibly, allegedly, maybe that's what they was looking for, the tapes with them doing something. Diddy had evidence. So that's why the Homeland Security and all these tapes, they want the recordings. That's why they couldn't. That's why they shut the surveillance down when they got in the house. They didn't want everybody to see them hidden doors. I heard somebody said on their platform that P. Diddy $40 million mansion was connected to the Playboy Mansion, and it has underground tunnels. Allegedly.
I heard that too. Now let me ask you something, Messenger. How do you feel about the other victim, Little Rod? You know, he was working with Diddy, and he said that Diddy had him on sugar boogers really bad, taking advantage of his body.
I feel like he wasn't the only one. I feel like he wasn't the only victim. I feel like he did it to people and everybody else. I feel like he did it to what do you call that boy? That one that danced and humping on everybody now. Usher. I feel he did it to Usher. You know, it's disgusting. He is disgusting.
So you feel justified with Little Rod being the victim?
No, I don't want nobody to be a victim of that predator.
You see him as a victim, but you don't see Cassie as a victim. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I feel
very telling, Messenger, that with Cassie, you don't see her as a victim. But Little Rod, you see him as a victim.
Okay. Let me explain myself where I'm coming from. Let me explain myself where I'm coming from. Let's go. Okay. Cassie came with her little tootie toot. He didn't come with his booty hole. He was manipulated out of his. Hey, let's go. He was manipulated out of his booty hole. Cassie came with her little toot.
Let's watch the language, please.
Okay, now we gotta watch language. Okay, he didn't come to offer his private, backside. Cassie came to offer hers.
Cassie did not offer her body or to do anything strange for some change. Just because you're a woman does not mean that you're trying to offer your body for a man.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that I feel that young man was manipulated. I feel like that young man came to Diddy as a man, not as a gay man. Not as a gay man. I feel that he came to Diddy as a man with talent.
And Cassie was manipulated as well. I'm just saying, give that same sympathy to Cassie. That's it.
No, I'm not. Because Cassie volunteered to get on her knees and open up her mouth.
God, she did not do that. Where's your proof?
She stayed with him.
Oh my God. She was scared. She feared for her life. Diddy,
I think she feared for working at Popeyes, like y'all said at first.
Missy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm gonna say thank you to Careful Calypso. She said the victim blaming of it all. Let's not. I mean, I don't want to say that. That's her opinion. So I don't want to say. We don't know what the role was, but she is playing victim now, Cassie. But we're not blaming her for it.
Victim, she is a victim. How could you say she's playing it?
No. I said we're not blaming her of it all. So she was referring to Messenger. Yeah, but we want to say thank you for your super chat for that.
See, Alan, I want you to respond to Messenger. You up in the comment section. And
yeah, because we got people behind stage and they like really trying to get in.
Get in, let's go.
See, Alan,
I'm about to answer her.
Let's go.
I was listening. Like I said, there's a lot of energy. But I hear what you're saying about all of that, and you just kind of got twisted on your own words because it depends on how you're looking at it from the moment. Because first you said that Cassie Willie participated, then you said she was a victim, in a sense.
No, I never said Cassie was a victim. They used her. None of that kind. I didn't. You know what? In my opinion, Cassie brought her little body to be offered to her beloved boyfriend, and her beloved boyfriend had her doing all these things, and she enjoyed it. She enjoyed the money. She enjoyed the lifestyle. If she didn't, she should have been running like a woman in captive. I don't want to hear it.
Can I tell you a personal story about me at 19? I met somebody who was in the streets at 19, the first person I ever met in the streets at 19. And that person was 14 years my senior. And they really, I'm not gonna say they had mind control over me, but when you're exposed to something different, you're willing to tolerate a certain amount of mistreatment.
Okay, can I tell
So
my story at the
yeah,
age of
hold on.
14?
I'm just saying from 19. So, but if this happened to me as somebody who wasn't getting diamonds, bags, this and that, don't get me wrong, I walked after a year. But if I stayed as the mistreatment escalated, now let's keep it wrong. Let's
Okay,
keep it real. The beginning, it starts off kind of cool. Things start to escalate,
now
and
let me go. When can I go? Because at the
when
age of 14, my
when I put a
boyfriend.
period after my sentence,
Okay, let you finish, please.
so things start to escalate, and that's when I started to see this ain't for me. But keep in mind too that I was not getting the rewards that nowhere near what Cassie was getting. And even when I had walked away, I was getting some money, and I was like, "Dang, this gonna change my lifestyle," but my it's not worth what I believe. It's not worth
So
what.
you left, right?
Yeah, I left after a year, so I was 20.
Okay, now let me tell my story. At the age of 14, my boyfriend was 42 years old. My father died. My mother was drinking. She couldn't really take care of her children. So I had to fend for myself. And once I found out that my boyfriend that was 42 years old, that was very much in love with, was a pedophile, I left him.
A pedo.
I left him. I left him. You understand? I left him. I did not let him abuse me. I did not let him use me. I left him at the age of what? 15. Okay?
And I'm
And I
glad
took
you
all his
did.
money. Baby, I said what I said. Now, about the young man, why I feel the young man, why I gave him how I felt about him.
You
I
gave
felt
him
the
grace.
young
You
man
gave him
came
grace.
to him as a man. I came to P. Diddy as a man, not as a gay man. He came to him as a man, and he was turned out. That's why I have more sympathy for him.
The same situation can happen for a woman. When you come to Diddy as a business partner, she was under his label and she got turned out as well. She was manipulated to do stuff as well. They're both victims. They both in the same group. It makes no difference. Cassie went through it worse because she
No. Cassie laid down and she did performances.
no, make no mistake about it. No, she didn't want to do none of that. She did not want to do none of that.
You know what, baby? If you don't want to do it, you're not going to do it. And if you do something like that against your will, it's called that R word. And that's traumatizing. Okay?
It
That's what
is.
happened to her.
Times.
And the
Wait a minute.
allegations
How
she did.
hold on. How many days of the week, hours of the day, days of the month do you have to be traumatized with that R word? Okay? If you didn't want to do something, you got willing freak offs. You got willing freaks. You got willing FLUT.
Gigi,
Was apart was paid, and Cassie was drugged and forced to do what she did. Nobody was willing, and she put this all.
Okay. Let's get with that. Let's say that. Okay, let's say that. Let's say.
And that's why
Okay,
Diddy
no. Let's see. Okay,
That's
let's
why
get.
Diddy paid her off because he was guilty of
We
everything.
want to make this make sense. We're gonna make this make sense. Let's say I was drugged. Let me use myself. I'm drugged, okay? And I'm taken advantage of. That's not my fault. But if I'm drugged and taken advantage of, and then I go back to the same night and I drink the same juice and I get drugged again, and then I go back and get the same juice and I get drugged again, and I can go get it. Come on.
Ain't nobody, you're not
Makes
leaving. You're not leaving. You say
makes
you
sense.
right there. I
Make
wish you
sense.
would get out this door. I'm gonna put pause on you. You're not leaving nowhere. You're gonna drink it up and you're gonna do what I tell you to do.
Okay,
Go in your
then you
room.
know what? Then I'm one of those victims that we've seen, true victims that's been in the cellar tied up to a chain.
Victim, she
In a
is.
cellar tied up to a chain, and a cellar tied up to a bed. That's a victim, my dear. Not nobody that's going to go to the Met Gala after I finish getting my behind all turned out and got to turn this way and that way for that money and this way. Hold on, let me finish.
Like that. They
She was forced.
their husbands
Oh,
after
I'm
the
forced.
husband put pause on them. So you saying all those women they want to get hit on? All the women out here that
Yeah,
are
baby. Some of them don't feel loved unless they get hit on. Some of
oh,
them don't know what love is. Some of
maybe
them
a few small, but it doesn't go for the majority, and you know that.
Gigi, I came up here because you women was giving women the wrong advice. That's why I came up here.
And what advice do you give them?
I'm giving them the first sign of any violence. Run for your life.
Okay, but Gigi, we got the girls kickback, and she's like, she wants to talk to the messenger.
Okay, thank you, Miss C. Let me add the
Girlfriends kickback.
how you doing, Miss Kickback?
How are you, Miss Kickback?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
All
Miss
right,
It's the
Kickback.
OG girlfriend. How y'all doing, ladies?
ladies.
What
I
are
want
your
to first come on here first, and I want to say, first, all due respect to Gigi and respect to all the ladies here, Alan, as well as Messenger. When I speak, however, I don't want no lady over talking me unless it's Gigi trying to get a question. I just want to put that out here now. Because
okay?
as women, we
I,
have to respect one another. And Messenger, I see you cutting people off. So when I speak, I want you to honor me that respect, okay?
I muted her.
Okay.
Chance to,
Now,
as long as I get a chance to rebut,
Oh, I thought I muted you, Messenger.
I got a powerful.
Messenger, please. Okay, let me put her down, and I add her back up because she ain't gonna let me do nothing. Go ahead.
I first want to say that in this situation, especially being women, we have to be realistic in our approach, not even just as women, because man, we have a man that's a victim as well, Lil Rod. But being women, it's very odd to me how insensitive that Messenger is. And Messenger, I know who you are. You're on a couple of platforms that I'm also familiar with, and I also have been on their panels. So it's a little upsetting to me because you always typically mention about how you advocate for people that have been victims. I too have heard your story multiple times about when you say you was 14 and the pedophile was 42 messing around with you. Now, I want you to stop and look at this for a minute. You were 14 and you stated the trauma that you have been through. This is a 19-year-old little girl who's thrown inside of an industry that's male dominant. She doesn't have anybody that's obviously backing her to even have anybody to support her or even look out to see if she's around people that has well intentions for her. And then you have a mogul in the industry who has embraced you and said that they will be your mentor. So anybody with common sense will stop and look and say, okay, well, if I was young and I'm pursuing my dream and somebody is telling me all the right things and they're exposing me to good things and I'm living this lifestyle, later on, when I start having DV issues or I'm being SA'd, that's gonna trigger something in me. That's how trauma starts. That's why people who are traumatized are unable to get out of situations. When a child is being DV'd or they're being, abused, I don't like saying the whole word, but when a child is being that at the home, they may still develop a Stockholm syndrome where they'll sit up here and try to take fault for their behavior for why mommy or daddy is abusive. When you have a situation, when you're in a relationship, whether if you're rich or you're not, once you have feelings for somebody, once you have trusted that individual, once you have built a bond with the individual, anybody is not going to be in their right state of mind once that person shows a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde persona. So you're looking at somebody who's been doing things literally since the 90s, unsolved conspiracies that have been mentioned since the 90s about this individual, and you think that somebody that is close to him, where we've seen in the paperwork that this gentleman had her holding his firearms and her purse allegedly, and also all of these other, that those are things that people do to traumatize you, to scare you. So the fact that, I want to say this, the messenger again, I've been familiar with you on a few platforms. You've stated how when you grew up, it was rough. Obviously, there's still some trauma there, because you can justify for a gentleman who clearly has stated that he at first intentionally tried to sue Diddy because Diddy didn't give him anything after he was there, and he was his concubine basically for a whole year, allegedly. But after he seen that Cassie did what she did, he then in turn did the same thing. So how can you have empathy for a man who was there for a year to get something, and when he didn't get what he was promised, he did something, but you have a woman who has been literally drugged. She has been intoxicated. She has been gone. She's gone through all of these things from the age of 19 all the way up until just a few years ago. She just left him alone. Who in their right mind, who's constantly not in a sober state, is going to have the mindset to leave? If you're paranoid, if you're afraid, if you've been induced with all types of substances, nobody is going to feel strong enough. I don't care how strong you are of a person. If you have been brought to your lowest point and you have to literally live with substances every day to keep you going, the last thing on your mind is leaving, because you're thinking about living first. And it took for her to separate herself to feel as though she was safe. It don't matter if she's with the gym man or whatever. Obviously, she don't care about a dollar, because she would rather be with that man who was just a trainer than to sit up here and go and run up and be up under another artist. So it's obviously not a money thing for Cassie. It was her freedom. It was her life that she was worried about. And the fact that in any woman, because a real woman will sit up here and say this, any woman that knows that she has a strong man backing her and he will defend her and protect her at any cost, that's when we become our most fearless self. And that man provided her that backbone where she feels comfortable enough to do that. She felt comfortable enough to bring forth children in this world. Why didn't she have children this whole time? So let's really get into some things, Messenger.
Well, she's not on here, but everything that
she's right here. I got her. She's still right
she's
here.
waiting to come in.
I just want to say, the girlfriend kickback, girl, you said that. Okay, I
Plus
agree
more.
with everything you stated. Oh, you need to say it again. Can you say it 5 more times?
I ain't gonna say it 5 more times, because I think the real women and the people that empathize with people that have been through something in their life, and we know what the process of healing looks like, we can identify when somebody has found their strength. When a person is still angry, because I find it so odd that Messenger has empathy for men, but she doesn't have empathy for women. That seems like you still have deep-rooted trauma from your mother being absent. And you just came out your own mouth and said it. Your mother was an alcoholic. You know, you had to fend for yourself at 14. You're not the only female out here that has had a hard life. Because I'm somebody that had a hard life, and I didn't have to sit up here and run up under a 42-year-old man to take care of me. I had to learn at a 14-year-old age how to do everything that my grandmothers that I was privileged to have taught me. See, that's what common sense is. Common sense isn't being 14 and running up under a man. 14 with common sense, even though I wasn't grown, let me know to be careful of people like that, because they would hurt me. Being 14 years old taught me to sit up here even when I was going through what I went through. I was kidnapped. I didn't even know my real name until I was 12 years old and moved to Florida. So we really want to get into some things. It's not about us. This topic is about Cassie. So mentioning you was 14 and 42 and all that, that has nothing to do with this woman who was 19 years old, fresh in the industry. When Cassie first came in the industry, I was literally just starting high school. So that goes to show you that the age difference between me and her wasn't even that far. So how can you expect a 19-year-old to have the common sense that what a woman who is probably in her 40s or 50s should have is still lacking? You still lack the common sense that you're saying that she should have had at 19.
And let's not forget, Diddy groomed her at that young age.
And that's why I say it started off as something nice, and then things progressed. It was a transitioning thing.
He manipulated
And
her.
when she said that, oh, she wasn't in a jail, so yes, he did have her tied up in rooms. She mentioned it, where she could not leave. She mentioned those things that happened. But the thing of the matter is, even though it may have taken her 10 years, the girl was not comfortable. And the girl clearly had enough proof that within 24 hours of what she said over that 10 years, she got that money. And I'm not going to sit right here and believe that, oh, she just wanted a money grab, because it would have been a lot easier to not give her the money if she was telling all false allegations.
Let's be real about the situation. When you're doing a civil litigation against someone, their intentions isn't to press criminal charges unless it's incriminating evidence. So you have to think about it. If I know that if I take this money, I ain't gonna be able to talk again about this situation too much after that, let me put enough stuff in here that once it goes before a judge, they're gonna start having their eyebrows raised. Okay, he did what? Hold on, what took place? So I think she did it very smart in a way where she was getting what she felt she deserved in those times for what she went through with her SA and DV. And I believe that she also utilized that to also put him in a position where he can now be accountable for the things he's allegedly done. Nobody on this panel is sitting up here saying we 100% agree with Cassie. We weren't there, but enough of what she has said and enough of what he has done in his past, you can't overlook it, and it does need to be investigated. And I will not victim shame her. And you can let Messenger back up because she's talking real crazy in the background. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm gonna respect Gigi's platform, but I will correct you in the most politest and nastiest way. So watch your mouth when you get back up here, because I will politely take it there with you, ma'am. You old enough to be my mother. So let's be respectful when Gigi let you back up here. You talking crazy.
You don't have good energy.
I need you to be quiet. Hold on. I'm going to get you, girlfriend. I'm going to set you straight right now.
No, you're not going to set nothing straight. You should set yourself straight, because you should be ashamed of yourself to call yourself a grandmother and have a child over there, a grandbaby up there. And it was other people that was talking too, and you talked over them. So you're going to learn what it feels like to be quiet and let somebody talk, because you're wrong. And what you sat up there and said, I can see when you first came up and you said, I'm mad at you, Gigi, because how y'all said it was wrong. I first agreed with what you. No. You're going to let me talk. Just like you ain't let Gigi and them talk, you're going to shut up now. So like I said, when you came up here and you said, when you came up and you're miserable at your old age, you're unhealed and miserable, and you're upset because somebody got justice for something that they went through, and you're at your old miserable drunken age over there upset because nobody has done nothing to help you with your trauma. That's what it really is. You're upset because somebody that actually had enough strength to stand up and do what's right was actually able to be compensated and also be able to be honored and be able to looked at as a positive light for standing up for herself and opening up the door for others. You, however, you want to sit up here and get up here and talk like you did something. I was 14 years old with a 42-year-old man. That means you were young and you were fast as hell and you were screwing at a young age. You calling her a whore at 19, but you were was 14 years old screwing a 42-year-old man. So let's get real about it. You're upset because your mother wasn't in your life. You weren't able to get what you needed to get when you wanted to heal. And you're upset because somebody else was able to heal. You're upset that
hold on. The girlfriend, let's not take it personal. Let's keep it on.
This clown finish, because I'm gonna get it together on my mama. First of all,
you ain't gonna get nothing together. You're doing nothing but embarrassing yourself and showing that what unhealed women, what Cassie did, what Cassie did is what you should be aspiring to do. She did the healing work that you refuse to do. She did the healing work that you refuse to do. That's why you're on here screaming at a stranger that you don't know after you offered your personal information on the internet. You offered your personal information on the internet to validate why you call somebody that's a victim a WHORE. And now the fact that you're sitting up here and you're getting corrected, you can't stand the fact that somebody has enough balls to tell you you're not a real woman and you should be ashamed of yourself.
All right, if we cannot, can we just stick it on Cassie, please, and let's not do the person?
I
like, you know what I'm saying, because she ain't saying nothing. She's against each other. I'm not gonna allow black queens be a weak peasant
because it was real
different. She's a peasant. Every not a queen. Baby, I got my own packages. I work for the most notorious drug dealers. I was Scarface, bitch. You understand me?
Messenger and the girlfriend.
As a little nigga in Harlem. Have my own shit, bitch.
Messenger.
Okay, I stopped.
Can you mute her, Gigi?
Can you please stop cussing?
No, this
That's
lady.
why I was trying to get.
Can you please stop cussing, Messenger? I'm sorry. Messenger, if you can shift the conversation to Cassie and more of that, I really appreciate it. I apologize if anybody got hurt by you guys throwing, stuff at personal stories. Let's not bring personal stories up. Let's just stick it to Cassie. So Messenger, when the girlfriend stated that Cassie is a victim and a lot of people agree with her, does it make you rethink your perspective on it?
Not at all. Not at all, because victims run away when they get a chance. She stayed for the money. You're not a victim. You're a retired prostitute. Okay, prostitutes go through all kinds of situations, sexual acts and situations. She enjoyed it. She enjoyed the money, because ain't nobody gonna stay in a situation like that.
But how did you say she enjoyed it?
When she was all worn out, he got rid of her. She got another man. She got another man. The best thing she could get.
That's not how it went, Messenger. She was
in your opinion. I'm a queen. I'm above y'all. I'm above y'all thinking. I'm sorry. I am a queen. Okay? They got peasants up in here and dick suckers. I'm not one of them.
Can you please stop with the language? Because if you're a queen,
listen, I'm glad you dropped me down. Now I'm going to drop down because I'm not going to stay on the panel.
Okay. C. Allen?
Yeah, I'm here. Then letting them nobody dogged her out, DJ.
I want to apologize to you, Gigi, but I didn't like how she brought her personal situation up to try to validate something, and it was completely irrelevant, and it didn't correlate. It had no value to the conversation we're having, and it didn't validate why she was victim shaming Cassie. So I want to apologize to you in the chat, because that's not who I am, but I don't believe in allowing people to victimize people who actually have been through things that actually is traumatized and have enough strength to stand up for themselves. I don't care if you're a woman, a man. I don't care if you're heterosexual, if you're part of the community. I don't care who you are. Everyone has the right to stand up for themselves and give the opportunity to speak their truth. And how Messenger came up here was completely it was just overbearing. And I didn't care for that. So I just had to say what I had to say. But I do believe that Cassie was a victim.
Both of you are very passionate on y'all views of things.
I'm glad girlfriend came up here and spoke. Honey, you saved the live. You saved the day. Because me and C, we can't do nothing with goddess or motherless or whoever she is, honey. Shit, she dominated. Okay,
Yeah, her energy was very strong.
She dominated. She's a dominator. But girlfriend, she came up here and she leveled the playing field. Honey, you are our hero. We thank you. We appreciate you. And I was so thankful you came up here and you said what you
Appreciate
said.
your content, and I appreciate the fact that you care enough, about our community. It's not even just about women. It's about caring enough about our community to talk about things like this. It's easy to talk about a Zeus Network show or somebody getting in an altercation, but these things are actually happening every day to people that don't have money and don't have the opportunity to speak out or don't have that protection. Like you said, there's a lot of organizations out here that offer help, but if somebody is scared, we hear time and time again how people will leave and a person will say just the right thing and they'll have enough hope and they'll go right back. We don't know where a person's mental
Or
state
they'll
is.
get found back
Yeah, you don't know
before they
where.
can get away.
Yeah, and mental health is very, very important. You don't know what people
Hmm.
have gone through before they even got to where they are. So who's to say what Cassie possibly could have went through before she even became, in the industry? She probably dealt with something or father issues or man, who knows, mother issues. We don't know her, so we don't know what probably damage she probably had as a child. And him seeing that, especially when you're thinking about when you're looking at predators, no matter what type of predator it is, they seek your vulnerabilities to play off of them.
And I was getting ready to say, I'm glad you said that. She might not have had no daddy issues or no family, so she might was very naive and just was looking at like, oh, the industry, I'm with Diddy, just looking at it from that standpoint because maybe she didn't have to fend for herself. She did live a good life. So she's looking at things, optimistic. Nothing can go wrong. I lived a great life. We don't know what got her through those 10 years and why she did those 10 years. But what we do know is that she was strong enough to tell her husband, like, look, something's wrong, or he saw it in her because I'm pretty sure based on the details that she put in there, she's going through trauma even now. She has PTSD from this. He has to see that in her. When you become one with somebody, they see you from inside out, from your past, especially 10 years. If he was a trainer, he'd seen some things. So he helped her get to this point, whether it was through the federal government, the police, whoever. He helped her though, because he's like her backbone. Get through putting these details and reliving these stories to tell someone, an attorney, to tell it to be typed up. Someone had to be there for that because she didn't easily get through retelling all those stories. And the fact that she said something about the white nail polish, when everybody started zooming in, what type of nail polish did Young Miami have when she was with Diddy? White nail polish. It was just too many things that it couldn't have been, oh, she just want the money grab.
Well, I want to say something to Messenger and Messenger people. Why are y'all so upset with Cassie? It's like y'all have this hatred in your heart for Cassie. Y'all want to paint Cassie, oh, she's a prostitute, which she is not. You have no room to say that. It's no fact that she's out here prostitute. She's never prostituted. She don't even have that type of reputation. Where are you getting this from? Because Diddy forced her and made her do these things? His pleasure. She wasn't getting nothing out of that. She was a victim. She was more so like a slave in that household. So it's almost like back in the day, you telling the slaves, well, y'all should have left. Well, okay, so what? But you should have left. You didn't have to be a slave. Slave was a choice. Y'all could have left. That's the mindset. The girlfriend, you there?
Go ahead, Gigi.
No, I said go ahead because I want to talk to you. Keep talking.
No, and I just want to say, because in the chat too, they're saying that I came up there and I'm being a hypocrite. Let me correct y'all. I'm not being a hypocrite. We had somebody that came up here and said that she was 19 years old and she was a WHORE and victim, and basically said that she was responsible for what happened to her because she was old enough to know better. She could have left. She could have been strong enough. I use the fact that this woman that uses her story every platform she goes on was also 14 years old and dealing with someone. And common sense, if you're 14 and somebody's 42, even a child knows that something's not right about that. So there's no victim shaming here. I'm saying she can't call Cassie a WHORE when people can look at her situation and say that she was fast because she's willingly saying that she was with him and he loved her. So that's what I'm saying. I'm
On that situation.
I really want to get off on.
Yeah, but when you're not getting love, regardless of age, any type of love, it just feels good. So I don't want to shame her as a child.
saying, I'm just saying,
so let's just switch it all the way from that.
Yeah, can we
I don't
just
agree
leave
with
that
you
alone?
on
Can
that.
we just jump off of that?
Yeah, so that's
underage.
that's a personal situation.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody that's under a certain age, if you're under 21, more than likely you haven't been through enough stuff to even know what's right from wrong or what to deal with. So that's why I said she shouldn't have been calling her a WHORE. So I'll be a hypocrite. I'll be whatever they're going to call me, but you can't blame someone when you have your own thing.
Girlfriend, no. The reason why the girlfriend, she brought it up because Messenger brought it up. She brought it to the damn platform. We wouldn't have known nothing. And she brought it up to justify calling Cassie whatever she wanted to call her. So girlfriend, she just used that same weapon and she picked it up and she pretty much broke it.
And said that's why you can't call Cassie a WHORE. You don't know what she went through while she was dealing with him, just like we don't know why you dealt with a 42-year-old. But let's get off of that.
Thank you.
I'll be okay in the chat. But back to what we were saying about Cassie, the whole situation about her, I honestly go ahead.
Donated $5. Thank you, Miss Bunny, and thank you for the previous person that donated. I think C. Allen called them out. Prayers to Cassie and her family. Lord, Diddy needs to be locked up now before he really gonna do something to her. Sorry for that last caller. So it seemed like you have a lot of hate for Cassie all in the comment section. Press 1 if you feel like Cassie is a victim. Press 4 if you feel like Cassie is not a victim and she's whatever y'all think.
A willing participant.
That's ludicrous. You know she didn't participate in that crap.
And somebody asked, what was the white? What's wrong with white nail polish? Nothing is wrong with white nail polish, but when you have somebody who's instructing you, a male telling you that they want you to have white nail polish on your hands, so when you grip something, they can see the difference between your nails and what you're gripping.
See,
thing.
Yeah. Let's just leave that alone. That's going too graphic.
That's the version that Diddy had. So when you look at that and do you see the women that he's dealing with now, even the Asian one,
Miami, she has white nail polish, and before that it was always colorful. So that answers that person's question.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, girlfriend. What are you gonna say?
I was just saying that's just like the situation. Like it's really more so when you look at, because the actual lawsuit was about 300 pages. We only got about 70 of it or 100 pages of it. So when you just look at some of the things that she mentioned, and then you look at some of the stuff he's still doing or the people around him and the behaviors, that's what makes everything so questionable. And that's what makes Cassie a valuable asset in this investigation. Because a lot of the stuff that she's saying that happened those 10 years ago, we're seeing it's still evident now. So obviously no behavior has been changed, which leads to them believing that things could be worse, or how serious is it?
Mm-hmm. And it goes to show, this is what came in my head. Y'all need to start, these men, make sure these girls are consenting. Okay, because Diddy, he didn't care if Cassie consent. Do you think that's what he was? Do you think he brought her in a room and said, Cassie, do you want to do this? Do you consent to doing this? Is that no?
But I think that's why he got Young Miami, because she did. And she made it public that she was consenting. And she was for
it. What was she consenting for? Getting pissed on?
Yeah, she liked it. She said that. She liked her golden shower.
I feel like we don't know everything what happened with that Young Miami. She's a hood rat.
Yeah, but she said that she's a WHOR. She's a big one with the capital W. And she said, go Poppy. She said, enough for me. How much more do I need? Carisha, please. Exactly her name of her thing that's not even up no more.
Well, I hate it if Carisha is a victim as well. I think she's a victim as well.
I
And I
think
feel
she's
like
ignorant.
it's more behind the scenes that nobody knows. And he be having her doing stuff that she probably don't want to do. But a lot of people are going to look at her as you publicly said this and said that. So why she would believe you? And I think she's saying all this and saying all that to please Diddy and to get whatever she can from Diddy. But I think Cassie and Young Miami is day and night. I do
And
not.
that's my point. He
They
got somebody totally different. And he
got,
still kept with the young mentality, though, but somebody more ignorant.
got it. Now it was a caller up here. I was just gonna click on you, but you dropped off. Can you call back up here? So what happened to girlfriends? Where was she at? All right, well, we have Miss Walton. How you doing, Miss Walton?
Hey
Hi,
there.
Miss Walton.
Hey there. I've been sitting here listening at y'all. Y'all don't really know the half. Um, Back in 2018, Diddy has been harassing Cassie
Mm-hmm.
since then. She told him to back off. Um, when he found out she was pregnant, he was following her at restaurants and everything, sitting outside their Malibu home and everything. And she told him to back off, and he wouldn't back off. So her husband, Robert, he had enough. So basically, he pushed the issue, and she was about to kill herself before she got pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Let's say the word. She about to kill herself, but go ahead. I didn't know this, and thank you for informing us.
yeah. And they went through a really rough patch, and Diddy would not stop. He would not stop. He kept harassing, had people following her, doing certain things until finally she had had enough. And she told him that what she was going to do, and he didn't believe it, you know. So the same day that she filed that civil suit, she filed a police report the same day. And she told him, but this goes deeper than what y'all saying about the 10 years. It has a lot to do with Tiffany Red. I mean, it has a lot to do amongst with Rod. It has a
Now,
lot
who
to
is
do with a lot of stuff.
Tiffany Red? And tell me Tiffany Red's story. Who is that for those that don't know?
Tiffany Red was Cassie's best friend, was her writer. She was basically Cassie's right hand person the whole time with Diddy. Cassie really didn't feel Diddy like that. Cassie, they probably asked one, maybe out of the whole year, maybe like 10 times alone. After that, it was with someone else. So she wasn't feeling Diddy like that. But y'all are missing the whole point. Y'all need to get that whole file and read through it and look.
But just tell
Because
us what we missing. Tell it.
you missing a whole lot.
Well, just tell it. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I know it.
Tell it.
You're missing a whole lot.
Well, we
I
know.
can tell. I can tell you,
No,
and
don't.
I
No,
can send it to you in an email.
no. Can you just tell it? You can't verbally say
Nah,
it.
mm-mm.
Why can't you verbally say it? Just out of curiosity.
Because I and the Sloan Sloan got y'all fooled. She's close to Cassie, so she got y'all fooled.
Oh, it's close to Cassie.
Yeah.
No, you're she's not a psychic.
But either way, I'm just letting y'all know y'all arguing about those. The young lady that came on last, she was right. That other loud lady, she don't know what she's talking about. You know what
The
I'm saying? Cassie left several times, to 9 times to be exact. And each time, Diddy forcefully put a gun in her mouth and everything
Mm-hmm.
and made her come back. Literally.
he put
Her
a pop
her
in her mouth.
her parents had to move from their house that they had stayed in for over 20 years.
Yep.
Because of Diddy.
Girlfriend, are you hearing all this?
Girlfriend phone died, but
I'm
she's
here.
back.
I'm here, baby.
girlfriend, can you tell the viewers what Walton just said? Because Walton, she got a nice, sweet voice, but girlfriends, you know how to go ahead. You know how to say it.
No, I believe what she's saying is valid. I do believe that Sloan does have inside information, but I don't think that it validates her as a psychic or a medium, because you have to also look at the fact of, again, it's not just that Cassie is saying things that transpired with her. She's saying things that she's witnessed as well. So when you have somebody that's exposing everything from what they have been through to what they experienced, or the things that an individual forced them to do, that's very telling. And again, that's the whole reason why this raid and everything is taking place. Of course, Cassie had a large part to play in it, being a victim to the DV and the SA. But you have to look at the fact he's done so much stuff that is worth investigating. She's not the only one. And the fact
Yeah.
that they actually have new people coming up that are unknown women who are also, litigating against him and moving forward to press charges, that's very telling. Again, which is very brave of her, because it took her to step up for other women to feel comfortable. Even though they're not exposing their identities, they want their justice too.
And Mary J. Blige will not say
Did
anything.
you hear what Walton said? That Diddy put the pow pow in her mouth, girlfriend. Did you hear that?
That's in the lawsuit. That's actually in the lawsuit.
I wanted you to comment on that right there, girlfriend.
Well, once again, you looking at the whole situation. How can somebody leave a situation if I'm constantly under substances, and then when I leave and I come back, this is the type of stuff that you do? We even see he clearly wasn't ready to let go of her. Why would he mention her during the award show when Carisha got a whole sign saying "Go Poppy"?
Now, Messenger, did you hear that? Messenger.
And Mary J. Blige is still on paper. That's the reason why she can't talk.
What you mean by that?
She's still on NDA with
NDAs.
Gigi, I want to interrupt real quick. We have a gentleman that has been asking for about the past 15 minutes to get
Mike.
up.
Okay, well, stay right there, y'all. Let's add Mike.
And Miss Walton, can you email me what you got?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Hello,
Ladies.
Mr. Mike. How are you, sir?
The first thing you have to do, ladies, salute. Salute to the ladies. So you have to always say hello. A lot of men come up, like a bull in a china shop, but no. I was listening, and a lot of what you're saying is true, because I'm from New York, I'm in Virginia now, but I've been watching this case, and I do have a degree in psychology. And as dumb as I look, I'm actually pretty smart. But, I don't know what you ladies think, but Diddy's been this way from the beginning. And he made really great music, and he was a great producer, and he was able to, evolution of hip hop, in the 90s and the early 2000s. But I don't know. I just think he's a piece of garbage. I do. I think he's a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
And I never got to meet him. I never got to meet Diddy. I never met Diddy, but I did meet Biggie. And the nicest guy. I mean, the cool, because I'm 6'3", he was like about 6'4". So, we're big guys. But Biggie was, heavy, but I'm more thinner. But the nicest guy. But even Diddy kind of said stuff back in the day about, Diddy's like, in other words, he would record with him, but he wouldn't hang with him. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't. They were not friends. That's what I'm trying to say. Biggie was a really good guy. But what I think, if you ladies agree with me, what I think Cassie isn't innocent. Some women are predators, and no disrespect, and some women are innocent. And it all depends on how you grew up, because hatred breeds hatred. I just think Cassie was a really good person that got caught up in that moment. You know what I'm saying? Diddy was promoting her, and she hit it big, and then she got locked into all that craziness. So what do y'all think?
I can agree with that. I can see it too. I don't believe she's completely innocent in everything she's done either. But
Yeah, she
again,
brought people in.
I'm looking at her age being a factor of why she probably allowed it to go for as long as it did, and then with the time in between, But like you said, most people that engage in stuff like that, even with Young Miami, look at how she perceived herself. She made us think that, oh, she only getting money to be his girlfriend and to be on his arm. But it took for literally Lil Rod case to come up for us to find out that she was a mule and a worker, basically.
Yeah, I feel like Cassie in Miami is day and night. Now, can you please explain to me what did Cassie do so wrong? You say, Mike, that she's not completely innocent. Can you please say number one, number two, number three, number four?
I think she isn't. I think she is an innocent. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I think she's an innocent soul. She's an innocent soul, but she got pulled into that nastiness. You know what I'm saying? And it changes you. Like in other words,
Forced
you
in
know.
that. Yeah, she was forced.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't. But I think in her heart, she wasn't a bad person coming in, but she got pulled into that crazy lifestyle. You know, and
How is she not innocent? Then she's
But like she brought people in against, I mean, she didn't want to bring people in, but she was kind of forced to bring other people in.
she was coerced. Yeah, she was coerced out of fear. In other words, she was afraid. She was afraid to say no. You know, and that's somebody. So all right. So if you try to force me to do anything, I'm saying I'm not going to do what you're saying. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do what I want to do. But there are but people that are very innocent, they can get coerced into doing things that they wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, like a child. When you have a child mentality, I can get a child to go sell some sugar boogers. Okay, go in the corner, do that, and I'll give you some money. You know, they're innocent. They don't know what the hell they're doing. But they did it based on someone else's word. So to me, that's still innocent, but maybe I didn't know everything. So you're saying that Cassie, she was just reeling them in. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Who did she get to come in and what did she get them to do?
Who knows? I mean, that's all going to come out in the end. But the bottom line is this: what Diddy does is he's a sociopath. He's a narcissistic sociopath. So he takes people that have weaker minds than him, and he manipulates them.
Yeah, he's a sadist.
Right.
Yeah, but everything you're seeing is manipulation. He manipulates people that are weaker minded than him. Because Diddy is a genius. There's no doubt about it, he's not a genius. But he uses his genius for bad things, not for good things.
The case that she is 100% innocent. Let's argue that point.
Well, she was manipulated. So in other words, she came in. So she came into. All right. So you're an up and coming artist, right? You're a beautiful woman. You have a great voice, and you meet the best producer on the planet. So you're going to do whatever he says because you're chasing that fame, and it's almost like a father. It's like a father figure. But what happens?
I disagree. Not all. She was forced to do stuff. She didn't want to do certain stuff, but he's such a lion and he is so demanding or so aggressive. And when you're around and you have an innocent, sweet individual, you know, that is intimidating. Shit. When you nice and sweet, like people that like Diddy and big powerful, they can intimidate your ass. You make you don't want to speak up, or you scared to speak up. And then when you see them doing crazy stuff and putting paws on people and throwing people out the goddamn window, that is more that's scary.
Well, what about this perspective? Have you looked at this perspective, Mike and Gigi and Eileen? That we're looking at also the fact of all of the evidence that he had, videos and footage. Before a person is able to really feel comfortable with coming forth, what if she would have tried to move forward and he could have leaked something out on her that could have ruined her reputation, where it could have made her not credible eventually? So that goes to show his. Go ahead. Yeah, blackmail, exactly. So you got to think about it. You're not even strong enough to feel confident to go up against this individual. They coercing you to do some things that you normally wouldn't do, but you're in fear. 9 times out of 10, you're just gonna keep doing it. That's what people do when they've been victimized or they've been abused. Typically, they'll keep going along with the behavior because they're afraid until they feel comfortable or they feel like they have a plan to combat whatever it is. Some women just never get around to leaving, and some eventually do.
Yeah, to me, girlfriend, it's like blaming girls that get trafficked. It's like, well, okay, you got trafficked, you were trafficking for 10 years, but you did seduce me, right? You did
Mhm.
that. You did steal money out their wallet, right? So you need to be found guilty. You're not all innocent. It's like, damn, listen, I'm a goddamn slave in this shit. I don't got no say so. Okay, I have no power. I am just a product of my evil master.
Well, no, and you're right, but there is something in human behavior. If you don't have a really, really strong moral compass, repetition, you just keep doing the same mistakes over and over and over again unless you can break away from the mistakes. But I think all I'm trying to say is I think Diddy is a master manipulator, and he gets people that are weaker minded than him.
Mm-hmm.
These are good people, but they don't have that same, that same what he has in his mind, and he manipulates them and he uses them as pawns. It's very much like playing chess. It's just like chess. You're going to move people around the way you want to, and God does that. God will push us in different points of our life, but he does it out of love. Diddy is a master manipulator, so that's why I think there is a lot of evil or Satanism in him. There's a lot of evil there. Like, it's just evil stuff, and I have nothing against people that are another sexual preference, but what he did was he did it to hurt people. And did you see the FBI has the reports? He had micro cameras in the shower heads in his house and in the toilets. And he had recording devices in every room. He would invite people in for, I guess they're called freak offs, and they would tape everything. And then if you didn't do what he wanted, he would expose it to your family or whatever. That's evil. That's pure evil. You tell me what you think.
So have they got the tapes yet?
They have. So this is the thing. Diddy is done. He's done. I mean, he's completely done. Ciroc is dropping him. Everything else is just falling apart. His kids are like trying to distance themselves. And, when you have that kind of fame and fortune, let me tell you ladies this. If God gave me the gift that he had, right? And if God gave me the gift to be a billionaire, if God did that, I would give back to the community like you wouldn't believe. But he never really helped anybody. He's just a greedy weirdo that's he's going to jail, and he's trying to bounce out. He's trying to get out of the country, but they're going to get him. They're going to get that guy, man. They're going to get him. But there's too many corroborating stories. There's too many people coming in. So if one person comes in, right, and says, well, Diddy did this to me. Okay, well, it's your word against his, right, in court. And then two people say it. It's your word against those two people. But if 50 people are coming in and saying, no, this is for real, it ain't looking good for him. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess I'm gonna ask this one last thing. What did Cassie do to bring guys in? C. Allen or Mike? Can you answer it? And just answer me plain and clear. I don't need no fluff. I don't need no other bullshit. Just tell me, what exactly did she do?
But she would basically meet guys in clubs and invite them over the house. That's it.
She would go to the club and she say, hey, you want to come over?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And she's getting the guys to come over. Now, did she pick the guys, or did Diddy say, I want that one and I want that one?
Sometimes he will request.
It would be on her because she would know what he likes. She would know what type of guys he likes. You know what I'm saying? Like his preference.
But and then the same people over, and he'll know how to get them as well.
And remember one thing. Remember back in the day. Remember Craigslist. where you could hit up Craigslist and there was people on there trying to freak out. You know what I'm saying? On Craigslist, you know, like people just trying to get freaky, you know, so they're trying to talk about maybe some of that stuff was happening where people on the internet would come over. But can you imagine, let me ask you a question. Can you imagine Cassie, a beautiful, gorgeous woman, saying, hey, you want to come back to my Miami mansion? Hell yeah, I do. I'm going to say no, you know, and then you get there, there's a bunch of naked dudes there like, yo, what's going on here? Like, well, I didn't ask for this, you know? So it's one of those things. It's one of those things. But so for the Homeland Security Investigation Bureau to investigate, so the Homeland Security, so HSI is the investigation bureau of the Homeland Security. So these are federal agents, but they investigate. They're like FBI for Homeland Security. So if they're there at his house, raiding his house, they have evidence. They don't just show up on a whim. Like if someone makes a call, hey, I think this is happening. Okay, they're not going to send 60 agents to your house unless they have concrete evidence on trafficking. So the theory is that he was trafficking people, taking people from like other countries and bringing them in as sex workers. So that's just theory. It's not proved, but it's a theory. Go ahead.
And the feds will watch you for a while before they even come at you full force like that. That's not something, like you said, that's not just a call, and that's not something that happened over days. That's something that they sit back and watch for years until they have enough evidence for the warrant so they can come in the way that they did.
Sure. And the presence, so I don't know if you can tell that I used to work in law enforcement a long time ago, but I know all about how this works. And they have to surveil for at least 6 to 9 months. In other words, now, if somebody is low level, if it's like your neighbor, right? The cops will come in, they'll bang on your door, they'll come in, they'll talk to you. But to have 60 federal agents at your mansion and then another 50 or 60 at your other at the same time, so it's coordinated. So they have a couple hundred agents involved. That's a major, major raid.
That's an operation.
Exactly. And Operation Diddy. Operation Diddler, as they call him. But like, he's guilty as hell. He knows he is. He tried to flee. He was at the airport. He tried to bounce out, but they didn't let him leave. So the next thing is if he somehow gets out of the country, because he's looking at a life sentence. That's what he's looking at. I mean, he's done.
But he didn't get locked up. The guy that got his sugar booger, he got locked up.
Yeah, he did. And that's another thing. Yeah. I don't think Diddy does drugs, but I think that
Mike, I don't agree with that.
People say he do.
Probably weed, but I don't think he does
I
coke.
think he does cocaine as well.
You think so?
Allegedly, I believe he does.
Sugar boogers.
Yeah, let's just not say the whole word cocaine.
But Gigi, Lake, you have 2 other individuals that would like to join the panel. I apologize for interrupting. Charmaine has been waiting about 20 minutes, and Lake as well.
Okay, I just added Lake to the conversation. How you doing, Lady A?
Gigi, this is the live.
Salute.
Well done.
No, Mike, stay right there, Mike. Go ahead, Lady A.
Gigi, this is the live. Well done. Well done with this live. Just everything. Even Messenger, this is a great live. Girlfriends, thank you so much for coming earlier and just it's like a victim advocate. That really was needed. That really was needed because just a lot of things that were mentioned when you're so young, you don't have your voice. You do not have your voice. And it's so easy to be harassed, stalked, manipulated, either at your school where you're living in the dorms. You're here, a teenager at a university, and you're having somebody in their late 30s, 40s driving around harassing you at your apartment as a young woman single, either at your job. Let's not remember, Cassie was employed by Bad Boy. This is really important to remember. And it is when you don't even know your voice or your place, and you don't know your rights. And this is something really
Right.
important. You do not know your rights. It is so easy where you can be in a position where they're screaming at you, well, you're going to be arrested too. You're going to be arrested too. Look what you did. And you're here 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You don't know. You really do not know until much later as an adult. And you see how, you're basically just experiencing the world. You begin to see your rights. You begin to see what is available to you. And let's not forget, NYPD was going to do what to Puff? NYPD, where is she going to go? Retaliation is so real. Retaliation is so, so real. And she did as much as she could because we all know the history of Bad Boy. And I put this in your chat earlier. There's nothing that at some point within the past where we could have read a story of Cassie passing away, quote unquote. Let's not forget that. We know the history of everybody else with Bad Boy. A lot of people throughout the 90s, early 2000s, there could have been something where, we hear MTV, BET, R&B artist sensation, Cassie, Cassandra Ventura has passed away. I mean, let's be real here. Something could have happened. So when we have people victim blaming, victim shaming, you are put in a position where anything could happen to you. And let's not act like she could have already stood up for herself and gone somewhere and reported, but the police are not necessarily going to do anything. They're not. And there is a Supreme Court case. Mike, please interrupt me if you can give further information, where the SCOTUS did decide that the police, quote unquote, really aren't even there to protect you. There was a case where a woman, I don't even want to bring it up. It's so sad, Gigi. The woman sued. The case was escalated to the appellate court, eventually SCOTUS. And it is clear that, we already know the police can't lie legally. And two, they really are not even here to protect you. They really are not. So you can stay here, report. You are looking at retaliation. This is Puff. Let's be real. Who is she going to go to? And number two, there really is, they're legally, they don't have to do anything. I mean, they can take your report. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do anything about it. So we're talking about 10 years. There's so much that could have occurred that we do not know. And also, I hate to kind of change my direction. It was so much better for Cassie to turn state's evidence, because she could be implicated. And we don't know how Puff was threatening her. And she could, I don't want to say this, but, could be criminally charged because she's going around state to state. I mean, that is federal. And I'm going to go ahead and hold off. Mike, please come in. Mike, thank you so much for coming on. I am not even going to exaggerate. Mike,
Mike, for coming on and being a voice. I forgot to mention. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. So the whole thing with Cassie,
girlfriends, for letting me on. Thank you, girlfriends.
Yeah. So the whole thing with Cassie is protected right now. So Cassie is being watched, by federal agents. She's being monitored. In other words, not badly, just making sure no one tries to run up on her. And she does have protection, armed security. Now, when you say armed security, you think of a security guard. No, these are actually police officers that are working off duty, or retired police officers, or sometimes retired special operations people. And so she's protected. So as of right now, Puffy cannot get to her. He cannot get to her. He can't touch her. She's surrounded by security now. So God bless her. How do I say this? Did she break the law? I don't know. It's going to come out. But was she coerced? In other words, if she broke the law, was she afraid, of her life being taken? If she didn't,
afraid of her life being taken, she was coerced. She didn't want nothing to do with this. She didn't want to participate in this. She didn't benefit from this, Mike.
Yeah. So if you want to ask what I believe that she was a good girl she got turned bad. She got into that dark mindset. In other words, with enough negative energy, you're going to start. Now, let me ask you ladies this. Do you believe in energy? In other words, positive and negative. If you're around someone positive, right? If you're around someone that's positive, it's always telling you, I love you, or good morning, or how are you doing today? And how's your family? You're going to emulate that energy. But if you have someone that's always negative, you're going to start becoming negative. And I think that's what I think happened. I think she went to the negative side, but she finally broke out of it. She's like, you know, it's like waking up from a coma or something. But
I want to say something, Mike.
yeah.
So I agree with what you're saying, but I also want to also state how deep rooted I believe her trauma really was. There was a Vlad episode where Young Jock was on there, and he was stating about one time they were in Miami and everybody was lit. And he was talking about how, you know, wild Diddy was at the party, and there was a Caucasian woman and she had the side of her head shaved. And he said, Young Jock said that Diddy told her, when we leave here, I want you to shave the side of your hair, just like that. And said that Cassie just sat there and said, okay. And even when Young Jock said he talked to her, he saw her the next day, she really did. He was like, you really cut your hair? Like, why you cut your hair? And she said, well, Puff wanted me to do it, so I did it. So that goes to show right there. She was even numb to the point he could say something in the club, and she's just so numb that she would do anything. And even Young Jock said that on a Vlad interview about how it shocked him even then, how he told her to cut the side of her hair, and the next day he seen her, the side of her hair was cut.
She was hypnotized. She was completely hypnotized by him, by his power, by his money, by the lifestyle, by the fear. Okay, so all right, let me ask you a question. How do you control 1,000 people if there's only 10 prison guards? Fear. With a gun, with the impending doom that I'm gonna do something to you.
Or
The
showing
man
her what he can do, what he's capable of.
That's it. But he
fear
won't do it himself. He won't do it himself. He'll get goons to do it because he'll pay people to do it. Because in a fight, he ain't gonna do nothing because he's sweet. And what he is, he's a narcissistic sociopath gay man that tries to take women as tokens to hide his homosexuality. Do you agree?
I
I
really
believe
agree with
I
that.
believe he just has a perversion, because it doesn't matter if it's a woman, if it's a man. I think it's just a power thing that he has. And typically people that do stuff like that typically have undergone some type of similar abuse or a situation, and it seems like maybe he just was exposed to that by other people in the industry as well. And you have to also look at the fact, why would he feel so comfortable to do the stuff he's doing? One, he's affiliated with higher ups, he's a gatekeeper. But you also have to think, if the fact that he was a Fed informant is actually true, that also probably made him feel even more
Invincible.
superior. Yeah, because he felt like, well, I work with the feds, plus I'm a gatekeeper, I'm a mogul in the industry. That type of mindset will make a person think that they're indestructible. And I honestly do believe he upset somebody higher up, or something is going on beyond what we know. And the fact that Cassie came forward, the Elite is not interrupting it, or they're not interfering with it. They're allowing it to take place because he's done something. She's actually gone through everything that she said she's gone through. They know it. Other people in the industry know it. We see how people are getting stuck and stumbling. Like, some people are scared to speak out on what they know. You have some people who are subliminally saying they knew. So that's a lot right there.
I tell you one thing. If you ladies catch up on this, one of the realest people in the world is Cat Williams. I'm sure you know who Cat Williams is. And Cat Williams speaks the truth. And he'll go on Shannon Sharp's Club Shay Shay, and he'll talk about it. Cat Williams breaks these people down. It just rips them apart, truthfully. And Cat Williams warned us about him for a long time. He's like, yeah, this has been going on forever. And it's all about control. It's all about control. They want to control other people. And you're right. I'm gonna tell you this, as a psychology angle. People that usually, now not everyone, I would probably say maybe 90%. There are 10% that don't. But usually 90% of people that have abused people have been abused themselves. And you're perpetuating, the abuse. And it takes that, and that 10% that doesn't, they have my heart, because they don't perpetuate the violence and the trauma. because once you're abused, it never leaves you, and your mind changes, your mind chemistry. Everything changes inside you when someone abuses you. Somebody, you know, it's not even bullying. It's like sexual bullying, you know. And but I just think, you know, I just feel bad for people that have had to gone through that. You know, I was abused as a child, verbally and physically, but never sexually. I was punched and hit and stuff like that. But I grew into a bigger guy, and then as soon as I was big, no one ever messed with me again, you know. But I made sure I have children. I made sure not to ever pass it on to them. I made sure to love them 10 times more than I was ever loved. That's how you turn the abuse. Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
Now, Lady A, are you there?
You looking for Lake Life?
Yeah, I'll call her Miss A. Maybe she. Are you there? I guess not there.
Yeah.
But okay. So people.
I'm here, Gigi.
Yeah, I was waiting on you, girl. Where did you go?
No, I'm here, Gigi. I was just being quiet. Like I didn't want to interrupt anyone. Mike was just doing it.
You was too quiet. Yeah, because I wanted to hear more of your statements as well. Because I did Mike answer that question for you?
Oh no, Mike, you've been doing it. And 6'3", you're in the height, so good for you.
It's funny, you know. I'm Sicilian, right? I'm Italian. I'm Sicilian, and it's weird to see a really tall Italian because, like, usually we're real short. It's just funny. It's like look at this big ass Italian guy.
Something you said you said once you grew, you know, the Lord came and blessed you. So no one, not now.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming at you at 6'3".
So I went and I played football. So when I hit high school, I went from like 180 to like 230, you know, and I'm like this big guy, you know, and I was really good. And I went to college and played football. And it was just one of those things where once you get bigger, you're more opposing. But I'm the nicest person. If you come and talk to me, I'm the nicest person. You can talk about anything. We can talk about the weather, you know, the birds outside my house. I just saw a hawk today. You know, how's your life? How's your mom? But people want to try to pick on you when they think that they can overpower you. And that's, I think, what the whole Diddy and Cassie thing was. He thought that he could overpower her mentally and physically. And I think she got the last laugh because she was able to pull her bootstraps up and get away from that guy. And kudos to her. God bless her.
I also want to bring up, I put this in the chat. While Puff was with Cassie, he was also pursuing other young girls.
Yeah.
There is, I'm sure some people in the chat remember from the early 2000s, there was a show on MTV called Laguna Beach.
Mm-hmm.
The girl on that show, one of the main characters or stars on that show, was a teenager named Kristen Cavallari. Mm-hmm. She went on a podcast and she even said that Puff pursued her hard, sending her flowers, bottles of Ciroc. Like, he would fill her apartment these expensive, incredible roses, and he kept going after her. She made it clear she just was not interested. She just wasn't interested in him. I have no idea why. You know, I have my own. I'm pretty sure a lot of people who remember the show.
See, that's a pattern that seems to come up. I apologize for interrupting, but you see, that's kind of common. You notice that most women that show that they weren't really interested. Even the girl Gina, the Asian girl that went on TK's platform, even she stated that she wasn't really interested in him at first when, you know, she first started going around him. But he was so sweet. He would, you know, engulf her with gifts and, you know, sweet nothings and things of that nature. So when you look at that too, if you have somebody pursuing you that hard as a woman, especially if you're not used to being courted, or somebody that's in a financial position to court you with things that you've never had before, that can play a large mental toll on you too, especially if you're a young woman.
My ex-wife, I loved it. She was because I was younger. I was like 21, you know, but she was a couple years older, but she was fire. But like, she would always try to get me to like, and this is when we had pagers. You would page somebody. There was no smartphones. And she's like, page me. And I would never page her. And she's like, why don't you ever page me? I saw, at the mall. I was like, because I'm kind of afraid of you. Because she was a real strong woman. And I'm like this innocent kid, you know what I'm saying, at the time. Innocent, like thinking. And, but we ended up, getting together and being together, having children together. But that's the courting. The courting is basically what you're saying is you take your time. You go on dates. I remember taking her to a fancy steakhouse and I wore a suit. I actually wore a suit. I bought a suit just so I can look fly for our first date. And she appreciated that, And so, men, if you're listening or whatever, you gotta court the woman. You gotta make her feel special. You have to make her feel like she's the best thing in your life. And that's how you keep a woman. That's how you do it.
But Michael,
this-
something I want to bring up to you, Gigi, girlfriends.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. If a guy courts you like Diddy, because he'll do all that. You have to go with your gut. Like some of these girls said, all these girls, they did not want to be with Diddy.
Exactly.
Pursued them, aggressively pursued them.
And everyone, please remember, Cassie was employed by Bad Boy. It's not she was employed. So what you had to bring up that aspect that you have your employer who is one of the biggest names in Hollywood, period. What is he going to do? He could blackball. And this also goes to other young women. So she is being abused at the workplace, which we know is very, very common. So we're looking at this is before Me Too. And you're having someone who is in her early 20s with someone who is far older than her, who then is working together as a group with other people at Bad Boy. You have someone who has deep connections with NYPD. You have someone who has deep connections with the industry itself. Where is she going to go? Where is she going to go?
I also have the same question, is the same empathy offered towards P. Diddy's sons, Christian and Justin.
Yeah.
If that's their father, and if he's doing this to individuals who he feel are disposable and they are his children, imagine the control that a person would have on your mind, being that, and then you don't know, I'm your father. You don't know what conversations could have been said. So why does everybody feel like it's necessary to also attack these young boys when they're doing the same thing that their fathers are showing them? I'm not saying it's excusable. They know what they're doing as well. But the thing is, are we offering the same empathy towards these young men? Because we have to remember they're young as well. So they're easily they're able to be easily influenced, especially if you feel like your father is this powerful. If you know some of the things that you might have been exposed to and you see your father hasn't been in trouble for them, but the typical normal average person would, that can also make you feel comfortable with behaviors that you typically wouldn't behave with.
And he also had one of
let's
his
also
sons
think of
turning
something.
on his
You now
biological
have
father.
Bad Boy is an apparatus. If you're in school, and you're being harassed, abused at your school, you have an entire apparatus that really is against you. When you are at the workplace, you have an entire workplace, your employer, an apparatus that is against you. And you are here. Let's just say that Cassie is in her early 20s and she's with her employer, she's writing notices, she's filing complaints. Let's say she goes to the EEOC. They're not going to do anything. They're simply not going to do anything. What is she going to do then? What is she going to do now? And we're saying that we're talking early, mid 2000s. There, and also a large of this time is before social media. Where exactly is she going to go? And I'll go ahead and I'll go back on mute. Retaliation is real. Retaliation is so real. So she's here filing complaints, and then you now have your employer as an apparatus working against you. And that's when I also, Mike, do you remember that there's that young woman who was a police officer, and she was being abused at the workplace. She eventually filed against those three police officers, and I read the complaint. The very first line she said was, "I was a young woman just starting out. I'm just starting out my life. I'm just starting out my life." I always think about that because you're coming. Cassie's 19. When you're 22, 23 years old, you're about 5 years out of high school. You're 5 years
Yeah.
out of high school. You're now in the workplace where you're working with people who are adults. And these adults, they purposely target the youth, whether you're working at the Olive Garden or you're working for Bad Boy Entertainment. You're the one that's in your early 20s and you're working with people who are twice your age, and they're all coming together talking about you behind your back. Many in these workplaces, regardless if it's Bad Boy Entertainment or you're working at a grocery store, Kroger, Publix, you're the young person. You're with people who are significantly older than you. They know you're the young one and you're consistently being targeted.
Yep.
Targeted. This happens to so many young women and men, and also those who are LGBT. You have to include them too. At the
Yes.
day, you're the young one. It doesn't even matter how you identify yourself. The issue is your early 20s, you're maybe 5 years out of high school. You're no longer in that environment where you are now around people your own age. You are now in the workplace. And when you're in your early 20s, you are working with people who are twice your age. When your early career, many of these people who are significantly older than you, they themselves have, I mean, how are you working with somebody so significantly young? Except when the police example that I just gave. You're coming in new. You want to go there, do your job, and you're consistently being set up to fail. And many of you who are millennials, when you look back at yourself in your early 20s, when you are working, because remember, Cassie is at her job, Bad Boy is her employer. You see how you're being set up. You see how you're being targeted. You use your voice. You bring up, hey, leave me alone. I'm working. Just let me do my job. These people will physically come at you. They physically put their girth in your space. They push themselves physically on you. You're in school. You're in the dorms. How is somebody who is 40 years old coming at you? There's something that needs to be said. When you are in your early 20s, somebody is 40, late 30s, and they're coming at you. You are not coming to them. They are pursuing you. And these people work as a group because you're the topic of conversation. You're here at your job, and all these people do is talk about you. All they do is you're the topic of conversation. They're spending payroll just talking about you. It's all about you. That's also perspective. When we're talking about Cassie being a victim, it's not just that she's in a relationship with Puff. She is with her employer who has access to her recordings, her employer who has access to her masters, her branding. Cassie, what is Cassie? Because she cannot just get up and leave Bad Boy because he basically owns her entire image. And on top of that, even the name Cassie, that brand, I do believe is owned by Bad Boy. Like, for example, just on a different note, like Rihanna cannot just use her name, Rihanna. That's why, she goes through Fenty this, or she uses her name Robin. Because at the end of the day, Jigga Man and Beyonce to an extent, they own that name. So Cassie would literally have to restart all over again with the very real possibility of being blackballed in this industry. Who's going to work with her? Cassie then at the same time has to deal with NYPD. This is Puff. So NYPD, and we know their history. So they're just going to go off and support this girl, Cassie, over Puff. There's so many different vectors that we have to consider because we're having someone who's coming in as a teenager to her job, and she's in a relationship with her boss for 10 years. We see this happen time and time again, where you have like I was watching another podcast, a girl 19 years old. She leaves high school. She works for like a car dealership. Within like 3 months, she's being harassed by a man in his late 20s. And then she ends up in a relationship with him and a baby. This is late 20s. And you're here pursuing a 19-year-old girl. You have people who are, when they see that, and these old people use the workplace. This is men and women. They use the workplace to harass, abuse, demoralize the youth. And it doesn't matter how you identify. You're still the young one. You're the young one out of high school. So
it's leverage. It's leverage. They leverage themselves. And let me tell you this. This is a very. I want to tell you ladies this one thing. And I told this to my daughter. My daughter was going through a really bad breakup, and she was all. I said, honey, the only power someone has over you is the power you give them. Take it away. Take the power away from them, and they can't touch you. They can't hurt you. So what I'm trying to say is that people get, mentally invested and they get manipulated. So go ahead.
Lady A, I don't think it's that simple and easy for someone just to, okay, I'm going to leave my job, my life, all that I worked for, and just, I mean, how Lady A described it, I'm so glad she described it like that to give us some more idea what Cassie was really going through at a 19-year-old. And you're 19, you don't even know who you are. You're still discovering who you are. So for her to go through all that shit and that trauma and this old man being a predator, manipulating her, man, she is definitely much a victim in every way you turn. It's so horrible. Lady A, are you still there?
I'm right here, Gigi. I can't
see her actually leaving after all that. And like you said, if she did go, then what's going to happen? She's going to be have a bigger target on her back, because who's going to have her back? Nobody cares about a 19-year-old girl.
Or a 25-year-old girl or a 30-year-old girl.
They don't care.
And you don't have anything to show for it. She's going to leave this job. Let's just say this is her job, and completely have to restart, and have to leave everything behind.
And
what career is she going to have? She cannot use the name Cassie, because that Cassie, which technically is owned by Bad Boy. So what is she going to do?
Let's not forget about the people like Messenger that oppose this powerful, well, she wanted it. Well, she was there for the money. You still have a lot of this agenda to hate women and to feel like, well, she was there for the money. She enjoyed it, so you have to fight.
Think about it. You know what? She was there for the money. It's my job. I'm getting paid. This is my job. I am here for the money.
But Lady A, that's a different what they're trying to put it. They're trying to put
I know what you're saying, Gigi, but they using that excuse is so disrespectful in Cassie's situation, because this is her job. You're gonna tell me it's my job. My job is to R&B singer and dance on the stage for Bad Boy.
Yeah, but
what am I supposed to do?
It's another job you are doing. That's what they were trying to make.
Yeah, I got some info, ladies. I got some info. They're gonna go after J-Lo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Yeah, they're gonna go after her. That the whole thing with the Shine incident where Shine got charged with the gun charge, but J-Lo actually carried the gun in her purse.
Carried the gun in. Yep.
Yep. They're actually going after her right now. She might get hit with a gun charge. You never know. So they're going after everybody.
Cassie, I think you mentioned that she may be under some sort of immunity. She may or may not be. But from what in the complaint, she allegedly also participated in actions like that as well.
Yeah.
But J-Lo perjured herself.
Well, I know.
If you're the
why they're going behind her, because she perjured herself as well.
But that's wiped away. If you're the first one to snitch, so if they approach you, so the federal government's going to approach the most prominent defendant, right? So in other words, the person that knows the most about what they're pursuing, they're going to approach that person. They're going to say, look, we're going to give you immunity, but you have to tell us everything, and you have to testify. So I think that they're going after her to testify. So, and then she will not see a day in jail. I can tell you that right now. She will not see it, because they're going to give her immunity. They're going to immune her from any prosecution. I think it's messed up because people got immunity before for some really messed up things, but they have to put the case together and they have to have corroborating witnesses. So I think that's what's going on right now. And that's why Cassie has armed security and she has the federal government watching her wherever she goes. Because, you know, they would love to kind of wipe that out, you know, as you know what I'm saying. But yeah, she's completely protected. They cannot get to her. It's not possible. They would have to go through like 20 people, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But yeah, but I think she's going to turn state's evidence, and she's going to basically not ratting, but just telling the story of what happened and how it happened, how it led up. You know, what was the lead up to all this stuff happening. And I think Diddy is done. I think if he's stupid enough, if he's dumb enough to stay in the States, he's done. So if you're listening, Diddy, run, get out of here.
I think they pretty much tried to let him know, like, if he tried to feel like he's going to pull a Russell Simmons, that they'll be able to, because you see the whole situation with Russell Simmons, the gentleman that served him, he came into the establishment, he acted like he was a guest, he had a meal and everything, and went up there and served Russell. They said Russell was livid. So I think they also, and that's literally days after we were already discussing how Usher had reached out to Russell Simmons, and you know how a lot of conversation about similarities between Diddy and Russell came about. And then of course, you know, Kimora started speaking a little bit as well. So I think the Eli, and I think they pretty much took their hand off the situation. And now a lot of people are seeing that they don't have that protection that they thought that they would have, or they're not as invincible as they thought they were, because even Russell has been in Valley for how long, and he's just been served. You can't, once you've been served, that's it. So I think that's them also trying to let him know you can leave if you want to too. We'll make sure that you get served.
Yeah.
But they can't extradite him.
They can't. They can't. But they can kidnap him though. If they want to.
That's why. Okay, Mike, me and you on the same page. He can magically still get back over here. Yes, he can.
And also, Gigi, there's when we're looking, because Mike made a really good point regarding Homeland Security. When we, at that time, late 90s, with the whole J-Lo Puff situation, there was no Homeland Security. We all remember Homeland Security came about, you know, post 9/11 during the Bush administration. And I was on another live, and an attorney, a criminal defense attorney, she made an interesting point. She said that Homeland Security is still trying to find its footing, because one of the reasons why Homeland Security was created was to ensure better communication amongst all these other federal agencies. You know, the focus was that with 9/11, the CIA had information but didn't want to share it with the FBI. You have one federal agency, they don't want to, they don't play well with others. No, they have ego, they're asking all these questions. So one of the concerns with 9/11 is that if there was better communication amongst the many agencies, because the Defense Department, they have the Defense Intelligence Agency, which Mike knows was started with JFK, with the Secretary of Defense back then, a man named Robert McNamara. So we have the DIA, we have the CIA, we have the FBI, we have et cetera, et cetera. We have so many agencies that don't necessarily all communicate and share information. And then we have now we have 9/11. Now we have Homeland Security. So Homeland Security is supposed to be like this one-stop shop of all gathered evidence and information, and also confidential information or information that's been deemed confidential. They are supposed to go through it. The attorney made a good point. She said that Homeland Security is still trying to find its footing as to who they are and what they do. Mike mentioned there's a group within Homeland Security. I think he said it was HSI. They're the ones who really are focusing on trafficking. And since Homeland Security is both internal and external, so domestic and foreign, they're working together with everyone, because remember, it started after 9/11. This is the best group to really deal with Puff in a way that we could not have dealt with Puff 10, 15 years ago.
I thought HSI was Homeland Security Investigators. It's still Homeland Security.
Oh, yeah, Mike?
They're the investigating part of Homeland. So Homeland Security, could be you're at the border, right? You're at the border and you're making sure they're not coming through, and you're at the airport, you're making sure no one acts a fool. That's Homeland Security. But HSI is actually, they're trained at Quantico. They're actually basically like Homeland Security FBI agents. They're investigations. They're detectives.
I'm in Virginia too, Mike. So that's why I'm like, hold on now. I'm familiar with the Quantico and all of that. So that's why I had to ask, like when she said HSI, that is just the investigators. When you see them with those jackets, they are Homeland Security as well.
They are, but they're also investigators. They have different training. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And thank you, Mike. Gigi, now that we're in 2024 and we now have over 20 years of Homeland Security, which is kind of what I said, that one-stop shop for information, for data, classified data. And now that we have HSI, so these are all new groups that can really spend time to delve into data that we could not have done 20 years ago. So this ability to really investigate Puff is just recently come about, because they probably would not have been able to do this, Gigi, 10 years ago. Because these agencies Homeland Security is like the newest. It's very, very new. And its purpose is it's so important because, as it was discussed, Homeland Security is the border. Homeland Security also has jurisdiction outside the United States. Homeland Security, just like Mike said, is also within the United States. They're trained at Quantico, for goodness sake. So you have that Homeland Security, FBI, now HSI, that can really do work. So all of this little investigating Black YouTube and just the Black internet has been doing, we've been talking about for 20 years regarding Puff and Bad Boy. The government now has a place where they can actually delve and go through all this information. But as opposed to just the FBI, which is internal, they would have been able to look at what Puff was doing when it's coming to trafficking internationally. Puff bringing in people. FBI may not have that type of access to data because of what I said, these agencies don't all want to communicate with each other.
They don't.
Who's the one-stop shop to get all that data come in. Sorry, Mike, I'll be quiet now.
So the CIA wouldn't talk to the FBI, and the FBI wouldn't talk to the state police, and the state police wouldn't talk to the local police. And then all this stuff would slip through the cracks. And I think that's what happened. And I'm sorry to say this,
and they mentioned
as a New Yorker, that's why 9/11 happened, because there was no communication between the agencies.
Period.
With intelligence.
Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But do you know what Homeland Security and the Coast Guard was before they federalized them?
Tell us, Mike.
Department of Transportation.
DOT.
Yeah.
Heck no, not DOT. They don't do nothing.
I'm telling you, it was Department of So one of my best friends, he's retired now, but he was in the Coast Guard. His certificate from boot camp says Department of Transportation.
It kind of makes sense.
And then they turned it, so then they federalize it. They federalize it into, they made it Homeland Security. So now you have the Coast Guard, but then you have Homeland Security. But people don't understand this, that a lot of the Coast Guard guys, after about 5 or 6 years, they're considered federal law enforcement because they do law enforcement. That's what they are. Don't shake it. Like, the Coast Guard are cops. They're cops. That's what they do. They don't go to, they go to war sometimes, but they police the water.
Yep.
They're like Marine Patrol, but they're federal Marine Patrol. That's what they do. And they're damn good at it. I mean, I've been on so many Coast Guard ships, those guys and the girls get down. Like, they get down. They're like, get out. Like, whoa. So, but no, that's what they were all Department of Transportation. And then they turned it into, like I said, once again, sorry to keep repeating myself, they turned it into Homeland Security. And you touched on the DIA. Okay. The DIA that is freaky. That's a freaky deaky thing, man. The DIA is like, They're like super secret agents. They monitor UFOs and satellites and all kinds of crazy stuff. The DIA is wild. The Defense Intelligence Agency. That's a wild place. I'm not going to tell you where it is, but there's a and they hide where they are. There's a DIA office in Virginia Beach where I'm at. I'm not going to say where it is, but it's like in an ominous just building. Like you wouldn't even know that it's in there. And you go in there, there's like 50 agents, and you're like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? But no, like they hide in plain sight. And the FBI, they're more vocal, they're more seen. Like but DIA agents, so if you see a DIA agent, you'll never see them with a jacket on. Like, we're saying
Right.
DIA, like they hide. They're not telling you who they are. FBI is more flashy. FBI, get down, But these other agents, like CIA, you'll never see someone with a CIA agent jacket on. So some of these agencies, they're very, very quiet, and some are very loud. But but all the different agencies, but you're right, all the different agencies, they would never communicate with each other. And it's gotten better now. Now they're communicating better now with each other, sharing information. That's the one thing. It's sharing information. But people were afraid. This is the theory. Agents told me that if they shared information, they would take credit, for their kudos. But you know what? At the end of the day, if you're all officers, who cares who takes the credit? You're just trying to keep people safe. That's all you're trying to do. But the agencies, when they got more kudos and more arrests, they'd get a higher budget. And then the agents' pay would go up. You get it?
Right. I get it.
That makes
That make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense. And if I may ask, Mike, if in your opinion, do you believe there is a significance to the fact that it was Homeland Security as opposed to FBI? Like that.
So FBI is a joke. Yeah, FBI is a joke. FBI is a joke. They're just shills. You have all the shows about them, and they're just out there trying to flash their little badge and run around. But Homeland Security is one that does the do dirt. They're on the ground. Have you seen FBI agents, going through, streams to grab people? No. You see them on health? No, you don't see any of that stuff. They're more like police office workers. Does that make sense? And they do investigate. Don't get me wrong. They do investigate. But do this. Google or go on YouTube and watch a Homeland Security raid, and then watch an FBI raid. It's two different things. Homeland Security they're gully. They come at you. I mean, they're ready to go. And a lot of the Homeland Security, and what Homeland Security does now is they try to recruit a lot of Native Americans or Mexican descents or African Americans, because they know how to make people more comfortable. A lot of the FBI are just like straight up guys in a tie, but Homeland Security, they put work in. They do. And there's a lot of minorities in Homeland Security, and it works because if they're catching somebody, it makes them more comfortable to see someone in front of them that looks just like them.
Mm-hmm.
That was where they were at the time, and it inspires them to be better in life, because it's just it's kind of hard to explain. It's like in policing, they try to put different kinds of people in different neighborhoods, and it's not prejudice. It's to make someone feel more comfortable with who they're talking to. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I have a more interesting question. I'm with everyone else in the chat. What's going on with Ava? We've been discussing Justin. We've been discussing Christian. We've been discussing Cassie. What about this innocent little girl? She's only 16 years old. She's a year younger than the twins. Where's the same enthusiasm and concern for this innocent little girl?
Is that girl
he said that he adopted, supposedly?
Yo, that was gross. He's like kissing her on the cheek.
Yes,
I'm like, yo, that's not your kid.
There was even another situation where they were showing a video where I guess all of them were dancing. I guess this was a year or so back or whatever, and they were dancing and Justin was in the back, but how he was watching her was very um
Very suspect.
alarming. It was very
Very,
alarming, yes.
very suspect.
and
Yeah.
and that's why I say, like, I believe that the boys shouldn't be excused for any of their behavior. They absolutely need to be held accountable just like their father. But I also believe that they got comfortable as well, like I said, because they feel like their father has been doing the same stuff that they've been witnessing and seeing for so many years. That made them comfortable to do it. And I really honestly feel like that innocent baby is a victim of some type of crime. And the fact that nobody is concerned about where this innocent little girl is that this man stated, like, even y'all haven't noticed this eerie, even on the Instagram, like, she don't really post nothing to her, like, all the pictures and stuff or videos is always places that she's supposed to be at, but she's never in those videos. That's not awkward or a red flag. The baby don't even engage on her own social media platforms.
Right.
So
So
let me ask you this.
yeah.
Let me ask you this, ladies. Why would a grown man adopt a child who the child's parents are there? She has it's not like she's an orphan. You know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, all right, I know this child that basically has nothing. It's going to go to a group home. It's let me adopt this child and let me help this child's life. She has parents. Why would you adopt a child for? Why? Because now she can live with him legally.
Oh my God.
That's why I said the sleepovers happened at their
Yep.
house. The girls could not go to other people, but they could bring their friends over there
I
to
feel like
Yeah.
him.
something sinister is happening with Ava, and I don't know why. Deep down inside, for me, I feel I'm really hoping that he didn't try to take this little girl and he's trying to use her to uh, distract them from his daughters, because everybody in the industry, especially when you're in that industry, someone in that industry always wants somebody else's child. It's always somebody else's child has been victimized by someone else in that industry.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, for some odd reason, I feel like Diddy really does want to protect those girls. I think those two girls are probably the only thing he probably might really care about, but it's just sick. Why would you get a little girl around the same age as your daughters? We don't really hear anything about this little girl. Yeah, we seen her in a couple of pictures, but it's very alarming how she's being showed off. She's never in any actual videos. She's not active on social media. It's just very alarming. Like, what is your purpose for having this baby?
It's very it's very like slave like as in like sexual slave stuff. Like, it doesn't make sense, because if I'm gonna do something for a child that is homeless or something like that, I don't need to post it on the internet. I'm just gonna do it at the goodness of my heart. Why are you putting videos of you kissing her cheek? That's just weird.
And
You
also,
know?
Mike, watch the video. The Puff's twins are not in the video. The other daughter, Chance, is not in the video. Furthermore, Kim Porter is not present. So she's a little girl, you would expect her to be with peers her own age, which would be Diddy's daughters, twins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're seeing
If
her in this video with a grown man, and then Quincy in the back with this smile, and he's clapping, and they're pushing her to, hey, you're Ava Combs, what's your name? It looked inappropriate. It really, really did. And Mike, now that this is brought up, I'm just saying, because in the early 2000s, Puff was pursuing girls, Caucasian girls, Kristen Cavallari. I'm just saying, he pursued Paris Hilton, which he was never going to get. She's not going to do that. He just keeps pursuing he keeps pursuing women that do not want him like that. So now he has daughters. He now has daughters. And it's much easier where you can be, Puff, I'm the father, I'm the parent, I have twin daughters. And a family would be more let's say, or accepting to let the child come in the house. Like I'm saying, when I grew up, I went to a school, and there was like my own family, whenever there was a little Caucasian girl, where my private school, my dad did carpool. She was in my sister's class. She came to the house. I made snacks, braided everybody's hair, made sure they did their homework, sat them in front of Nickelodeon. My father was nowhere present. He disappears. You're just carpool. I'm the one watching them. I'm the big sis. There's no men around. And you are a little girl that is, in essence, you do have liability and obligation. This is a minor in your home. So you do have something, anything happens, you absolutely could be held liable. And you also behave appropriately. It is not appropriate where you are taking pictures with a child that is not your own, with all these men who all of them are way over age, and you don't even see like an expectation, which is like an older, like a babysitter, the mother. Where is Kim Porter? Kim Porter was still alive back then. Where are the daughters? It's like now that Puff has his children, he has daughters. It's like now he can pursue what he's wanted to do, which is to bring these other girls into whatever he's doing. It's like he's using his kids as a conduit. I really do believe this, using his kids, because he now has twin daughters, and then the other daughter, Chance, to bring in other girls, something he could not do 20 years ago because he didn't have daughters, he didn't have small children like that. It's like there's something going on, because now that he has kids that are preteens, he has kids that are teenagers, he can now use them for activity that he could not do before. And I know this sounds really, really bad, but I do believe he's using his daughters and this other little girl, Ava, as like quote unquote, like new Cassie. You know, Carisha is Carisha.
Almost like little groomers, you know, like getting kids to come in.
Yes. And also with Ghislaine, it was said that Ghislaine would tell the teenage girls to bring in more teenage girls, because no one's going to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. She's an old hoe. Nobody's going to talk to an old hoe. You use teenagers to bring in other teenagers. Another action I've heard is that girls, hey, you want to join a Bible study? Hey, do you love Jesus? Come on by. We have a meeting at 7 p.m. A lot of this trafficking always starts with other girls, because it's so much easier that a young girl is going to speak to another young girl. Even where I live, I know a young woman, 30, she's a young Caucasian redheaded female. She told me that she really just believed that she was being propositioned. And it was through another blonde young woman who just came to her by herself. She didn't know what was going on, because she's just at her house. And when you see a young woman who's your age, you can relate to her, you strike up the conversation, and you can slowly but surely start pursuing the grooming, and you have no idea what's going on, because you're just speaking to somebody your own age. And I do believe Puff was in that direction.
So that's the definition of grooming. So what grooming basically is you're not taking an aggressive stance. Grooming is basically going step by step, and it's like fishing. You know, when you throw it out and you start reeling it in, and it's a horrible analogy, but it's just, that's what they do. They try to pull you in, but they pull you in slowly, and that's what sexual predators do. Because if they come at you, hey girl, come here, that you're gonna run away, right? But when they try to reel you in slow, is when they can get that feeble mind, you know, that weak, innocent person into their horrible circle. But when I saw him kissing that girl on the cheek and saying, "You're my daughter now," I wanted to fucking throw up. I'm like, what? Like, what? And her parents, she has parents. So her parents basically just sold their kid? Like, what's going on? I would never give up my child. I will D-word for my child anytime. Right now, I would D-word for my child. I'm not going to just sell my kid to freaking Puffy Combs. Why would he adopt a kid who has parents? That doesn't make sense. Because they were paid. He probably broke him off some change. You know?
That kind of
I
sounds
love
similar to the situation. Not to cut you off, Mike, but Benny Medina's nephew and his sister had came out and had discussed the situation as well when Benny Medina's nephew was 9 years old. Before Puff had kids, he used to call Benny Medina's sister and ask, like at 6 o'clock in the morning, if the little boy could come over to play with Puff. Who plays with the 9 year old child? And then the boy even said he was in the bathtub with his uncle Benny when P. Diddy came in the bathroom. So that just goes to show anyway, there's been grooming a long time, even before his children came along or the case, whatever the case may has been, he's been had a perversion for children.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And
if
that's the
he
thing. It's
was,
like,
and if the mother was saying, oh, you got what you wanted from my boy, and like the basically because Benny Medina's sister was on, she was on substance abuse, basically.
yeah,
So
yeah.
like how everything was sounding, it sounded like she knew what she was doing. Like who drops their son off at 6 o'clock in the morning to a grown man house to play with them?
Never,
Especially if
never.
your child come out and tell you that he was in a bathtub at 9 years old with his uncle, and this individual walked in the bathroom.
My grandson. So I have a pool. I don't have a pool anymore, but I had a pool in the back. And my grandson, he loves to swim. He loves it. So we would swim, but he was little, so I would have to hold him. But we weren't naked, and that's my grandson. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and like, what do you? Yeah, like, yo, that's not your. What I'm trying to say, that's not his family. He shouldn't be in the tub with them. And then when we got done, because it's chlorine, we wouldn't shower together. He would take a shower, he would get out, and then I would go in. It's like, yo, what are you doing? Diddy is nasty. He's gross. He's a gross dude. You should not be in no tub with no child that's not yours, that's not innocent.
Well, it
Did
was
my
Benny that was in the tub with his nephew, and then Diddy
yeah,
walked in. And I got so uncomfortable, I didn't finish watching the rest of the interview with him. But, he's up in age. He's around my age, and I think he's like 28 or something like that. But the point, or maybe even 30. But the point is the fact that he could recall this incident, and his mother is familiar with some of the circumstances, and as a mother and as you get older, you could tell when somebody was aware of something. Like as a mother, I could tell she knew something was going on, but whatever
yeah,
her drug of choice was at that time was more important than her child. And now that everybody is coming forward and they have a story to tell about Diddy, now she wants to advocate for her son and what took place. So
yeah,
it just
yeah.
goes to show a lot of this has been going on for a long time. So I wouldn't put it past anything like that. That little girl Ava, irregardless of whatever the story is, something is alarming about it.
Yeah, yeah, because like I said, there are certain times where family members will interact with their kids or their grandkids, and it's innocent. It's just you just love them so much, and you want to, have fun. But there is like a devious energy coming from his actions. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know. It's like it's just weird, But I've never been in a tub with my kid. I'm like, what? Like, what is that? Like, why would you be in a tub with them? Like, that just, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. It's kind of a weird vibe. But yeah. But I just, it's strange. But everything about me, I love my family. I'll do anything for my family, and it's just really sad that people will take a child's innocence. Now, a child can be up to 18, 19, 20 years old. Now, a child as in you have a childlike innocence. In other words, you're not deviant. You don't think negative. You don't think nasty stuff. You're very innocent. You love the world. You want to learn everything. You want to study. You want to do all this other stuff. But there are people that will abuse that because they're evil. They're just nasty people. And that's what makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach that are people like Diddy that are predators. And that's what they are. They're predators. It's the tiger that comes out and grabs the deer. That's what they are. They wait to the perfect time to grab their prey. for their own gratification. Now a tiger is doing it to sustain, to eat. Diddy's doing it to degrade, to destroy people's mental ability, and that's what's truly horrible. Sorry, ladies, go ahead.
No, you're great. We do have another call. I'm gonna add K Ben in. How you doing, K Ben?
Gigi,
guys.
I'll go ahead and drop for your new caller, Mike.
Lady A, stay right there. Don't you go nowhere. K Ben.
Okay, sure.
K Ben, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Your thoughts about the matter?
Hola.
What the young lady was saying before about Benny Medea's nephew, she was right on. He was I don't know what he was doing in the bathtub with his nephew to begin with, but that the young man said that Diddy used to bust in when he was in the tub with his uncle, and he felt violated. What was Diddy doing coming into the bathroom while they were in the tub? And what was Benny Medina, who's a predator himself, doing in the tub with a 9-year-old boy?
Exactly. We know the stories about Benny Medina with Will Smith allegedly.
Mm-hmm. Why Will Smith was divorced, why he got divorced.
Ladies, I'll be back in a few minutes. I have to take care of something. I'll be back though.
Well, thank you, Mike. Please come back. We enjoyed you.
And for everyone in the chat, if you didn't know, Benny Medina is the one who put Lopez on. J-Lo, it's him. It's Benny Medina and J-Lo. When Mariah Carey says, I don't know her, yeah, she's referencing those two.
She sure is, because
Yes,
that's her manager. I think he still is, isn't he? Her manager?
I think she dropped that character once she left Columbia to go to Def Jam. I think she dropped that character because they're basically setting her up. But changing the subject. Sorry, Gigi. I'll back on you.
It's okay.
No, go ahead, Lady A.
Even exploring that thought with J-Lo, I can honestly say I personally believe that they've been investigating Diddy for some time now, because there's just been too many whispers. I remember when the whole incident happened with the shooting in the club. As a New Yorker, every single person on the streets knew that Diddy shot that woman and knew that J-Lo brought the gun in. Everybody knew that. That's all that everyone was talking about. Everybody knew that Shine didn't do it. There were so many whispers then. And I found it so intriguing that Homeland Security, when they raided those homes, those guys, only a few key people knew that it was Diddy's home. No one knew whose home they were raiding until they got there. That's how top secret and how well organized this was. This is something that's been in the making for some time, I believe. And I believe they're not just trying to get Diddy, they're trying to get even higher if they can. And I don't think Diddy's ever going to open his mouth. His mouth is going to stay shut. He's not going to say one word, because I don't even think he can. So I just believe this is something that's been going on for some time now. And we're just getting to the tip of it. And they just don't want to bring him. They want to bring down whoever else. And according to these tapes, there's a lot of people that are incriminated.
Wow.
Hey, Ben, think about what you just said. Very few people knew. Very few people knew. And Mike already said that we're looking at 60 agents in each home. And they also brought in that like artillery, like those, those big tankers that they use at war. They're coming at Puff's house like it's Baghdad. Dick Cheney. And nobody knew. From what you just said, nobody knew. It takes a level of coordination, unbelievable. Moreover, at the end of the day, a judge had to sign.
Exactly.
A judge has to sign. So a judge and his clerk has to go through the actual filing, the complaint from the government. Hey, judge, can you sign off this search warrant? A search warrant, Homeland Security, HSI, 2 homes, Sean Combs. Wait a minute.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, that's a lot of visibility. And if they mess up, everybody's going to be in trouble. Your Homeland Security, you got to be on your P's and Q's. You have to be ready. And when we're looking at something at this level, just like you said, K-Ben, this entire situation goes right back to what you said. This has been well planned probably for years. For years. And we all know the federal conviction rate is like 90%.
Yep.
They stay ready. Nobody's pulling up there with this amount of resources because remember, tax dollars that we all pay is organizing and putting this together in 2 states. So you had to work with Florida, and there's already a lot of back and forth with Florida because of what's going on with the migrants. Then you have California. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of friction going on with migrants. No one, especially in these 2 states, is just going to let Homeland Security just come in. When you have Newsom, who's already going back and forth with the federal government, when you have, think about it, of all the places in the United States to bring in Homeland Security, you are the federal government coming into Florida with DeSantis, and you see how he goes back and forth with people. There's a lot of hands, a lot of people knew, and just like you said, everybody was mute. Only very few people knew because they don't want this coming out. This is a level of coordination. Puff is done. Like it's a search warrant, but nobody's moving at this level with this amount of resource. There's so much money involved, and it's the reputation of the government. And it's also that you don't want to taint the case. You make one little mistake, especially for somebody as high profile as Puff. You make one mistake, they're going to argue to get it thrown out. Because Puff has money. It's like, oh, no, you made a mistake. Well, you didn't respect my rights. You violated my civil rights. You have criminal defense attorneys. They're always ready to throw that in. You violated my civil rights. We have to throw out the case. If you make one mistake, especially with a search warrant, because remember, we do have rights. I mean, we have rights. They can just eliminate this case. They do not want to do that. They're going to move slow. They're going to move methodically. This has been planned, just like you said, K-Ben, just like you said, this has been planned probably for years. And honestly, we don't know Cassie's involvement. Cassie filing could have been God knows how long. Someone may have even approached Cassie. Cassie may have said something. Somebody may have finally gotten back to Cassie after all these years and put it in her ear. Okay, let's file. This is the time right now.
They said that
we finally have him. We can do something. Are you ready to take action? There have been with these chess pieces, so much is going on, and very few people are going to know, because once Puff knows, he's going to start making his contacts, especially with NYPD. And Gigi, it's been talked about in the chat. We don't even know Puff could be a confidential informant. There's so much going on, but you make a good point, K-Ben. I'll go back on mute. Very few people knew it was very, very, very few people know, because Puff could be a CI with NYPD or with New York State. We don't know. But again, this is Homeland Security. So Homeland Security may already know that Puff is a CI. So we can't let people know what's going on, because Puff clearly has ties with NYPD. Like, let's be real here. He has connections with NYPD. He does.
And LA, Los Angeles PD
and well. LAPD. And also, let's not forget Harvey Levin. Yeah. Harvey Levin, who always seems to have the news before everybody. The same Harvey Levin who knew about Kobe Bryant before everybody. These people go so deep. Hollywood has connections in ways that we don't even know. And they move and they do NYPD, LAPD, Miami. They move. That's why it kind of makes sense when you have Homeland Security, because then you can keep a separation and then you can keep the integrity of the case. Because if there's any little mistake, Puff and his team of lawyers and Mark Garagos, K-Ben, you know who I'm talking about.
They say it's the best against the best, because the Southern Brooklyn district is not a district that you want to mess with. You don't
SDNY, Southern District of New York. That's Manhattan. SDNY. Gigi, that's Giuliani. You remember when Giuliani brought down the mafia? That's SDNY.
Yep.
This is the same SDNY that brought down the mafia that basically was owning the country. Where's Mike? Damn, let him. Oh, that's when Mike comes back. He's gonna come back up. SDNY is massive, Gigi. This is Giuliani. This SDNY. This is how you move to become Attorney General of the United States.
Exactly.
SDNY. This is how you move to run for president. It is the most elite DA, District Attorney's Office in the United States. Everybody wants it, and Puff more than likely has people inside. And Homeland Security probably does not want to get involved with them because there is some level of corruption. We are talking about Sean Combs, and he has reach. So, I mean, this is the same Sean Combs running around with Giuliani, the same Sean Combs running around with Trump in the 90s and early 2000s. And I kind of mentioned this to you before, Gigi. Puff has this, he refuses to accept, pick a side. He wants to stay street, but he also wants to be high society. You know, Jigga Man, he's with Beyonce. He is clearly wants to be high society. Puff does not want to get married. He wants to be street. He wants to run around with all these young girls. He does not want to settle down. He keeps himself as an open target, and he wants to keep. Puff is just mad niggerish like that. Like, I mean, I'm sorry for using such language, but he is. He likes to stay street. Birdman never wanted to. Birdman stays street. You know, we all know how he is with his tattooed face. But Puff wants to be both sides. He doesn't want to be too street, but he does want to be high society. And so he keeps playing this fine line on top of his bad behavior, and he's going to get caught. It just took him a long time. But now we have Homeland Security, 24 years old or 22 years old, and they can finally be the team to do something to this man that we as the Black internet have been talking about since the late 90s. Everybody has been talking about Puff, Suge Knight, Pac for like 30 years now. Now something can finally be done because they probably have a case open, like a file open for him. And on top of that, they already probably have like an FBI file, GG, against Puff. And the FBI with Homeland Security, like Mike said, HSI, they're finally working together to do something about this man.
Wow.
But you have to also look at the fact too. Remember the gentleman that said that he was hired by Puff to put the hit out on Pac?
Yep.
So you looking at this gentleman who thought he was going to be protected. You got to think it's kind of like a domino effect because he was incarcerated. Then boom, remember Mike said that typically it take about 6 to 9 months for them to even be able to get clearance to do a raid like this. Cassie's lawsuit came out around September. So that will put us about 6 to 9 months for them to initiate the raid, which means that they've been using everything that has been going, like you said, it's been an investigation open, but people were finally coming forward with information that can give them something to move on. And like you said, with all of those different entities and how they have to do things, is one of those situations where you can't let your left hand know what your right hand doing because you don't know who has ties with what.
Mm.
I think that I believe that you're absolutely right. When I think though it was a little bit before Cassie when they raided Keefe's house in Miami when he spilled all that tea on Vlad TV, or I should say Fed TV. When he spilled all that tea over there, then they raided his house because he told the whole story. He told the whole story on Vlad TV. That's why they raided his house and arrested him. He gave his own self away.
Wow, they just talk.
He just spilled. A lot of people got arrested by spilling their tea on Vlad TV. That's why they think he's a Fed. I call it Fed TV because everybody that goes on Vlad TV gets in some kind of trouble. I don't know why these Black men is going on this white man show and spilling all their tea when they see every time they go on there is something going on.
Mm. They can't help.
And I believe that when they raided his house and Keefe didn't even have money to get a lawyer, he had to get a public defender. I personally think he spilled the tea right there about Puffy. And I think if it wasn't going on already, it definitely started right there, the probe, because he spilled all the tea. It was Puffy that put out this hit. And me and my cousin did it. So I think a lot of it could have started there too. Then here comes Cassie. Then here comes Ron. And then there's another one with that young lady that said that he had Ard her and his friend in the studio. So it's also her lawsuit is there too. You just don't hear much about it. And really quick, in regards to Ava, last week she went live. She said that
Really?
she said that she was fine and that to pray for her father. But she didn't say anything about anything that was going on. She just said, I'm fine. I'm good. Just pray for my father and pray for my family.
Did
She's
she say anything or did she make a video and that was just the caption?
That was just a video and that was just she just said, I'm fine. Pray for my family. I'm fine. Everything is fine with me. Just
Right. She put that as a caption. She didn't verbally say anything because she was playing music in that video, right?
yes, yes.
That's not alarming as well, because why wouldn't she verbally say that?
I
And some people are allegedly saying that that's not Ava, which I can't say yes or no. I haven't paid enough attention to her to be able to,
yeah.
differentiate what her features are to see if that's her or not. But it's a lot of allegations now that, he's trying to be on point with stuff. And I thought that was odd because if some people were saying that it was a joke. He didn't actually adopt Ava. That's just the twins' friend. But then some people are saying that he actually did supposedly adopt her. So it's just offsetting because either way it goes, if he didn't adopt her and she's saying that, then why would she be calling him her dad? And if he did adopt her and she never came out and said anything like this or mentioned her relationship with him on social media like that before, why now? And she didn't verbally say it. It was a post. So who could have actually made that post? It could have been her dancing, but why didn't she verbally say it?
That's true. That was kind of a question mark. Yeah, that's true. But then, did you see that supposedly somebody, the internet, dug up this missing poster of this girl from like 15 years ago, and they think it looks a lot like her. It's circulating now. It's this missing poster of this girl that looks a lot like her.
Yeah, and her name was supposed to be Ava Baldwin.
Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we saw the same show,
Yep,
whatever it
and she was.
was.
I was researching that too when the video came out last week with her. Some threw me off, and I started looking too. And for a while, it's been like little TikToks and little posts and stuff where people have been saying that that little girl has actually been missing, and they're trying to figure out if because that's kind of odd. Her name is supposed to be Ava Barrino. And
And
typically when people do stuff like that, they'll normally keep the last, the first letter of the last name, like the
yep,
first initial of the last name. So I
yep.
thought that was very odd that her name is supposed to be Ava Barrino, but you can't find anything about this little girl or her with her parents prior. But you see this little girl who they actually have videos of when she was young that looks just like Ava, the one that he kissed on the cheek.
In that
And
video.
right, and that baby has been missing for how long? And that's if you look at Marquise Houston's situation, look at him with the girl that he married. She still was considered
She's still
a
missing.
runaway. Yeah, even though she's married to him right now.
She's still considered missing. That's so silly. Why I don't know why she just don't go and say I'm here.
Because
She's
at
still
that time
considered
they might
missing.
have to interrogate her and ask her why didn't she come forward and where has she been the whole time.
That's so true. She's still considered missing.
Yep.
Yep. That is something. You know, also, I heard a lot of people bringing up the fact that they don't think that Cassie was as innocent. Maybe that's why she's given so much information to also protect herself. But a lot of people, like I heard Tokyo Tony, not that I really listened to her that much, but her opinion was, I just can't see 10 years, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, but 10 years, I know he was powerful. I know that he just shows up wherever you are. I know he had people watching her too, but you couldn't, I mean, you just once, maybe just, no, I'm not doing this. Or they used to say the freak offs were like 2, 3 times a week, that after some of her drug binges, they had to get IV.
That
And
is
she
heartbreaking.
has permanent brain damage.
That's
Permanent.
heartbreaking.
So it's like, when I guess after the 10 years, she finally had But it just seems like, damn, 10 years you went through this. My God.
Well, honey, they went through slavery decades, and a lot of slave people didn't run away.
Gigi, if I may remind you something important. In the actually, all of the Americas, when we go from Canada all the way to the bottom of South America, Argentina, so the entire Americas, the only successful slave rebellion is Haiti. It's Haiti. So let's see, from 1619 until what was that? I don't know, what, 60? I'm sorry, from when the Civil War amendments. Regardless, slavery is older than the United States.
Yeah.
How come there was not one successful slave rebellion? Not one in the United States.
Hey, they couldn't just run away out of all them years. They just couldn't.
Really? What did Harriet Tubman say? I could have saved more people if they knew they were a slave.
If they was picking that cotton, why couldn't they just run away in the fields? Ain't nobody stopping them.
Nobody can stop them. Okay. No, you would have been sent back because we had Dred Scott. Let's blame.
I'm being joking because that's what people to me sounds like when they keep on saying, well, Cassie, why couldn't she go out of all them years? Why? Go. Everybody is not like you. I think people projecting. They're projecting
Gigi.
them in that situation. This is what they would do. But that's you projecting. Hell, you never been in that situation. So you don't know how that to be.
We're talking about someone 19 years old, and you're being and he even wrote that the Puff went to her family. And I do believe he gave them money. Oh no, we're gonna take care of her. It's gonna be good. You're gonna sign a record deal. She didn't just end up with this guy. There were efforts made to pursue her and grow her as an artist. Because remember, you're an artist, Cassie.
Just like Tina Turner. She had to deal with a lot of stuff.
That's another great example.
I pay her parents off to shut it up, and she tried to run away, and she had, it's a lot. You don't know what these victims gone through. So
these victims always start off as teenagers. Same thing with R. Kelly. R. Kelly pursued girls who looked really, 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 really young.
Mike is back.
I'm back.
Lady A, what would you get? They had to ask you something, Mike. They was like, where's Mike? They love you, Mike.
It was in reference to SNY.
Go ahead.
To the SDNY. To SDNY. So I forgot my exact question, but I was wondering, how come SDNY has not been involved? Because of course, Mike, SDNY, Giuliani, the mafia, late 80s, early 90s. This is the most elite district attorney's office in the United States. This is the DA that filters into becoming governor, mayor of New York, governor of New York, president of the United States. Where are they? And
New York, so Virginia is a commonwealth. Okay, so I'm in Virginia. I grew up in New York, but Virginia's a commonwealth. A commonwealth can pursue charges against somebody without a victim. They can pursue on their own. If nobody's willing to come forward, then in New York, then there's no victim, which is messed up. It's messed up. But no one was going to come forward. No one was coming forward to say anything because they were all being paid off. So all these victims were getting money. But see, I think Massachusetts, Virginia, and I think Pennsylvania, they're commonwealths. So they can pursue you without a victim. Because I remember being in court sometimes and seeing people where the person is saying, I don't want to press charges. I don't, and they're like, no, we're going to pursue it anyway. It's like, what? There's no victim. But it's wild. It's wild the way it works. Giuliani's, I'm Italian, Giuliani's Italian. I don't like Giuliani. I don't like him. I think he's a scumbag. So that's just me. And I actually, on my son, I actually met him one time. And I'm like, this little ass midget this little midget dude, but it is what it is. They're all corrupt. They're all corrupt.
So you think that there something could have been done, like, because that also kind of, I don't know the jurisdiction of the late '90s case with Puff and Shine and J-Lo, but nothing ever seems to have been moved forward in New York State or NYC regarding Puff. Nothing
Okay,
ever moved forward.
So the Shine case worked this way. J-Lo was the one carrying the gun, and Puffy was the shooter. He was the shooter, but Shine took the rap because Shine thought Puffy was going to hook him up. You know what I'm saying? Like, take care of his family and stuff like that. And Puffy didn't do that because he's a punk. And that's exactly what happened.
But you want to know what's the crazy part about that? The woman stated that after the incident occurred, she told them that P. Diddy shot her. When she went under anesthesia, she was still saying that he had pow pow. I apologize, Gigi. Then even after she came from under the procedure, she still said that P. Diddy pow pow her. So the fact that she knew, and she even said she believed that it was some shady business going on because she knew that Sean hadn't done it, but she knew that P. Diddy had done something with the police in New York or whatever the case may have been to basically mess up the evidence or get everything to work in his favor. And that's why she's now saying the fragments that are still in her head, she's willing to go under surgery again to get those removed and tested.
Yeah.
But how did the doctor that removed the shrapnel from her face, he testified in court that she kept saying Puffy pow powed me, Puffy pow powed me. The doctor, he testified.
Exactly.
That makes no sense to me. A certified board doctor testifies that this woman kept saying that as I'm treating her, as she's going under, she kept saying it.
Yeah. So this is the way it works, and it's unfortunate, but doctors will have clinical psychologists, at the hospital, and if they're being compensated, a psychologist can say that you're not making any sense, or what you're saying is not credible. And then the judge will just take the doctor's word for it. But doctors, let me tell you something, ladies, doctors are the most corrupt people in the world. They are corrupt. They will take money and say anything. Why do you think they drive, Bentleys and live in big houses? They're corrupt. Are there some doctors that are amazing? Yes, there are some doctors that are amazing. But these high-level doctors, they'll just write a report. So all it is you write a report, a system report. I don't believe this is to be true. I believe this person is under delirium. I believe that, this is all BS, in certain words. And the judge is like, okay. And then just dismisses everything.
But that wasn't this case. The actual doctor was stating that she did indeed say that it was Sean Combs.
Exactly. But they can switch, they can turn it, they get a second opinion. It's just let me tell you something. The truth always comes out. The truth in the end always comes out. And Puffy had a good run, right? He had a good run. He made a lot of money, right? He had all these extravagant things. But now it's all falling down. It's a house of cards. It's all coming down now.
They're saying he's 100 million in debt. I don't know if that's true, but that's 100 million in debt in terms of.
I don't think so. I think he has a lot of assets. Okay, so you can have not a lot of money in the bank, but you can have assets that you can sell, cars, houses,
liquidate them, and
you can sell them and you can get out of debt. But it's just
they're saying in terms of cash flow, Puff is 100 million in debt in terms of cash flow,
and that's possible because he uses credit to front all these crazy things. But all I'm trying to say is, if he was to sell some of his assets, he could get out of that debt.
Oh, absolutely.
But he would get out of it. But he'd have to sell them. It takes time and things like that. And if creditors cut him off, then he's not going to be able to. He have to borrow money from friends, which he has no more. He doesn't have any friends anymore. So it's a slippery slope. I mean, you can use credit cards to the cow come home, but then you got to pay those credit card bills. In other words, if you have a credit card, let's just say that you have a black card, because he has a black card. Let's say you have a black Amex card, and you have a couple $100,000 on it. That monthly bill is going to be like $50,000-$60,000. You got to come up with that money, or they're going to shut the card off. You know, so that's that slippery slope.
There could be a possibility of the bad boy catalog, which who knows? I don't know the valuation, but
Yeah.
Bad Boys catalog, which Puff owns. Think about it, Biggie's catalog, just Biggie alone,
just him alone.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this. So the Bad Boy catalog, right? Puffy's catalog. If he's outed as a P word and an SA person, who would want to be the owner of that catalog? Nobody.
Yeah, but they said like the person that bought Revolt was a friend of his, because he sold it to somebody, liquidated that money, and now if he was to come back, he could easily buy it back.
I think he's done. I think he's completely done. He's going to try to fight a little bit, but I think he's done. His best option would be to take any kind of liquidation, a couple $1 million. If he can liquidate a couple $1 million and move to like a third world country and hide, then he'll be okay. But he cannot survive here. He's done. He's done.
And speaking like people who moved when they were caught in the P word, the managers of NSYNC Backstreet Boys, Lou Pearlman, there were a lot of accusations, and he did exactly what you just said. He liquidated, and he just moved out of the country, and he died there. Thailand, of course.
Yeah. I know a lot about that. I used to sing back in the day, and I remember following that whole case. But Lou Pearlman was a piece of garbage, and kudos to Backstreet Boys, kudos to NSYNC, because they broke away from him. They got away from that guy because that guy was taking everything from them. Justin Timberlake said they got a royalty check of like $150, and they're the biggest group in the world. It's like, what? How is that possible? It doesn't even make sense. Oh, it's all the fees. No, they inflate the road costs, they inflate the fuel, they inflate all these fees to take away from the principal. And that's what these moguls do. The music moguls, that's what they do. They starve the artist. The artist is out there killing themselves, and these moguls will just sit in an office and they'll let them just smoking their cigar, making $100 million.
But don't you think we're coming to the end of this era with social media and everyone able to, you don't have to sign a deal. You can literally bring your stuff to social media and be independent these days. I mean, Meg Thee Stallion's independent. Don't you think this era is slowly dying off?
The smartest man I've ever seen in music, is 50 Cent. That's the smartest man I've ever seen. Like he controls all of his finances. He controls all of his masters. He is like beyond smart, because he never let another man like guide him. He was the man that guided himself. I mean, that's just my opinion.
No, you're absolutely right. And also Bad Bunny. He's very similar to 50 Cent's his deal. Like, he gets all his residuals. He has all his bookings. He doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it's very rare that you can get deals like that. It's a rare thing.
I'm a big member of the Rico Squad, which is Latin Pain's channel. I'm not trying to tell something, but he was very good friends. He's very good friends with Fat Joe and Terror Squad, and because he's the Rico Squad, and there are some cats that are from the street, but they know how to manipulate the system. And Fat Joe, once again, Terror Squad, he's set for life. I mean, doing free. He did a free concert at the Apollo, free for the people. I mean, it's like, because he's good. He's got it. He's fine. But a lot of these artists, they'll be the biggest stars in the world, and then 10 years later, they're broke. They're broke. You got to own your masters. You have to know how to manage your money. Listen, you want to buy a nice house, okay? Buy one. Buy one nice house. It doesn't have to be $40 million. You can buy a nice $500,000 house.
Or if they
And
had common sense, they would invest in some land and just build their own house.
that's it. You want to buy a nice car? You deserve it. You earned it. Buy one nice car. Buy a nice one. That's it. One. Don't buy 10. But the problem is that they get drunk on money. They think that the money's going to keep coming in. But brother, let me tell you something. Or sister, you know, the artists, you're only as hot as this month or this year. You're gonna die off. So if you make a lot of money, save it. Save it, put it in the bank. But treat yourself. I remember from Parks, treat yourself, you know, but buy a nice house, buy a nice car, but don't buy 10. That's all. You know? Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
Now that Puff is clearly we all know he's under investigation. This is going to get very, very expensive. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Puff has, regardless, you know, Puff is probably cash poor now. You know, the Ciroc deal is basically gone. Puff, I mean, even, you know, Macy's dropped Sean John. So Puff's brands have taken a hit. It really seems that the assets that Puff has left is back to Bad Boy, the catalog, and of course, that includes everything Biggie. There may be a position, or may be a point where he may be forced to liquidate, because he can take out he could take out like a line of credit against the catalog and use the catalog as collateral. I mean, he's going to have to come to that point. I think so, Mike.
Yeah, well, you know,
the catalog as collateral to keep funding his life.
Well, these guys have secret money. So these guys, they will put money in like Swiss accounts. I mean, don't trust me. I'm telling you the truth. I know rappers. I know people that have money. They'll put money in Swiss accounts. In other words, the government can't touch these accounts. So if they have to bounce, they have some money stored away. It's not a lot of money, but, you know, it might be like, you know, he might have a couple $1 million, you know, in Swiss accounts. So if he has to access that money, if he can get out of the country, he'll have a couple $1 million. And listen, if you go to somewhere like Costa Rica or Dominican Republic, the American dollar is almost $2.75 of theirs. So in other words, if you have $3 million, you got $6-8 million, you know? So, I mean, you can live on that. You can live, you can't floss, you can't be dancing in the streets. But I mean, you can still live a good life. Go ahead.
Also, the insurance, and someone just mentioned this in the chat, which is correct. Insurance paid off Cassie.
Yeah.
You remember with Michael Jackson, that 93 case, it was the insurance that paid that victim. But what happened was Michael Jackson had to go on tour. Michael Jackson had to, again, retrieve funds, cash. He did the history tour to at least start paying back, because at the end of the day, if insurance is going to pay off that type of money, your premium is going to go through the roof if you're able to find insurance coverage. So Puff breaks off 30. Well, we don't know the exact number. Let's just say 30 million. The insurance paid Cassie. Puff still has to pay. His premium is now going to go through the roof. That is a major payoff. So Go ahead, Mike. I just wanted to bring that up.
He will not be able to be insured because he's too much of a liability now. So basically, the insurance companies say, no, we're good, you know, because the liability. So if you're paying, let's just say you're paying like for him, like he's paying $50,000 or $75,000 a month in insurance, right, for his premium, because he has like a $30 million policy, and if he gets hit, they're out of business. They're done. They're gone. You know. No company could take a $30-50 million hit like that. And not raise their rates. And if they raise their rates, and then other people are going to like, I'm not paying that. Get out of here. You know, it's just like, I'll give you an example. I was with Allstate, right? And they said that they're going to raise my rates. I'm like, what? For my car insurance. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I haven't been in an accident in 18 years. Yeah, because we do it on a nationwide schedule. I'm like, what? And it was like they were going to raise it to like $125. I'm like, for one car. I'm like, no. And then I call Geico. They're like, no, that'll be $34, sir. I'm like, sign me up. You know, so like, what I'm trying to say is people try to bully you into paying more money, but if you're smart, you bounce out. Just like, nah, I'm not paying that. Bye. I'm out. You know?
But you know, Mike, I tend to agree with the young lady before when she said she thinks that he's almost broke, because if you think about it, his cash cow was with the liquor company, the De Leon that he was with. That's where
Yeah.
he made most of his money. That was
Yeah,
his
so
cash cow. And
yeah.
then Revolt was second. But you have to understand how much money was coming in from that liquor company that suddenly just stopped. And you have to think of the lifestyle that this man is living and how much money per day he needs to have coming in to maintain that lifestyle. And with his main two cash cows gone, I mean, instantly gone, I tend to agree that he might be going a little bit broke. But like you said, with his assets, he can definitely stay afloat. But the cash wise, I tend to think the same way, because if you have nothing coming in, how you're eventually going to go bankrupt, or you can't pay your bills. So he doesn't have the cash coming in like he did to live this lifestyle. So something has to drastically change. Well, if he doesn't go to jail.
Yeah, Puff may have to now lean back on Bad Boy as opposed to just his brand. Now he has to actually go back to the record company itself. He doesn't have the liquor brand, he doesn't have Revolt. And now Sean John, the brand itself, or his personal brand, has now taken a big hit because he's no longer in stores, department stores. Puff has to go back to music. And he doesn't have an artist who's generating money unless someone knows something. He doesn't have an artist. Puff now has to go back to the 90s and live off Biggie, Junior Mafia, etc. And no one's making new music. So he's now relying on the asset itself.
He got Mary J. Blige to bounce around on the stage.
Oh my goodness, Mary J. Blige, what a mess! Goodness gracious. Yo, did you hear the rumors that she would seduce young people like to come in and like with the freak offs and stuff? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when I heard that. I was like, I don't know, Mary. They definitely said that she would entice people to come in, entice younger girls to come.
Yeah.
They said Naomi Campbell is the biggest one of all, the biggest recruiter
They
of
said she
all.
terrible.
Yup. They said
Yo. Yo, did you see? Yo, there was a Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is, right? The famous, one of the best podcasters in the world, Joe Rogan, the UFC guy. He had Chappelle on there, and he was like, he said they went to a Naomi Campbell party, and he said they were terrified, like the stuff that was going on in that house. They're like, yo, get me out of here. Like they were freak offs. They were freak offs. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. I don't want to be around that stuff. You know, I've been around people that have different persuasions, okay? And I have no problem with that. I have friends. I actually consider them friends, you know, that are a different persuasion. They're my friend. I don't agree with what they do in their life, but I don't have to. They're my friend. I don't judge them. But to be doing that stuff in front of other people, it's like, yo, what are you doing? Come on, stop. You know?
And you have to think about it, in that industry, there's a lot of rituals and things that have to be done. And a lot of times, you know, they get people that are vulnerable or eager to get into the industry. and they use them for their energy and blackmail. But a lot of it is ritualistic what they do. And with so many people in the industry of different backgrounds, a lot of people had got a lot of different like Diddy graduated from Howard University. You never really hear about him going back to Howard and giving back or investing or looking for producers or engineers. So that kind of lets you know, like, once these individuals get in a position and they probably went through a sorority or a fraternity, and they went through the hazing process, and they start networking with people who are higher ups, that's a whole different bracket anyway. You're not going to be able to come across your regular Susan that you're going to see at the grocery store, and you might see her at the strip club on a good night. You get what I'm saying? You're going to come across somebody that's into some really deep, perverse things, because once people get to a certain level, they just I don't know what it is. It's just like, I don't know if it's boredom, I don't know if it's power, but it gets really sick.
Yeah, and sis, what I'm trying to say, and you're exactly right. And I'm like I'm like a unicorn, right? In other words, what I'm trying to say is that when I went through college and I played football, usually you're in a fraternity, right? You're in a fraternity with a bunch of your brothers, as they call them. Nah, it's a bunch of a-holes, you know what I'm saying? Doing some weird ass stuff. I ain't with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go to practice, eat, go home, get some rest, come back and play. I'm not with that weird, whipping me with a belt and shit. Yo, I'll
Well, you
beat your
got to
head.
think about it. The majority of the individuals that are in these sororities and fraternities
Yeah.
are your Eastern Stars. They're your Masons, or they're your doctors, or they're your politicians. So if you think about it, when they go to college, or when they're in these fraternities or these groups, and they're going through these hazing processes, it's just slightly what you're going to have to do once you start networking and going up that ladder. So like you said, if that threw you off just there, you can only imagine truly what's going on in the industry. And that's why it's more darker and sinister. It's not just the Cassie situation, it's deeper than that. There's a lot of individuals that are basically, that's why so many people are scared. Nobody knows what to say, because this is something serious, and this exposes a lot of people, and it puts a lot of people's reputations at risk of how people have perceived them over the years.
No doubt. And what you're saying is exactly correct. But you're right. With the secret societies, in other words, a fraternity is just like you said, the fraternity is just like the Masons. In other words, you have a group of men that want to only portray them as a group, right? Or only promote anybody who's in that society. But if you break away from it, you're an outcast. But you know what? I'd rather be the outcast than the sheep. I'd rather be the lion than the sheep. That's just me. That's the way that I think. They tried some stuff with me. Yo, it didn't work out for them. All I'm saying is this. I'm not the biggest guy. I'm not the biggest guy, but I have the biggest energy in the room, and you ain't going to play me. And that's what I was trying to express to these guys. And I wasn't feeling it. If they would have came to me and were like, look, yo, we're a bunch of guys that, we want to help each other when we graduate, we're going to be friends, we're going to talk, I mean, I understand all that. Yeah, that's a friend. That's a friend. But talking about, whipping you and throwing chili powder in your face, it's like, what? What is this? This ain't, what? This ain't your friend, you know? But you're right. And then the Masonic stuff, and I have Masons in my family. I do. I have them in my family. I'm not a part of that, but because I'm a Christian, I'm not a part of that. But yeah, they degrade. So let me explain this to you. They degrade you to control you. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So degradation earns their power over your soul, over your energy. And if you have, I'm going to say BD, big D energy. If you have BD energy, they can't control you. They can't do it. It has nothing to do with your size. It has to do with your mentality. Like if you don't let someone control you, they can't. They can't do it. And then they get frustrated because they can't control you. So everybody up here is their own person. They're their own entity, you know, and keep doing your thing. Keep fighting the fight. We may not be the most successful in the world. We may not have a mansion, but you know what? Gosh darn, we are us. We are real, and we will tell you like it is. I'd rather be broke and real than rich and fake. Go ahead.
All right. So we have San up next. How you doing, San? San, you on mute. I can't hear you.
I miss
Salute.
you, girl. How you been?
I miss you too, girl. What's up, San?
Girl, I'm just sitting over here
Salute.
clutching my pearls over here listening to all these allegations and speculations. And I said, well, let me call in with my allegations and speculations. You mean? Okay, so don't get me wrong. P. Diddy is a dead dog, dirty MF. Y'all, we already know. But at the end of the day, money talk and everything else walks. I just Googled this man's net worth. It's $900 million. Now I get it. That is including all his assets and stuff. That's the number that they came up with just because of what he has been doing out here in these streets. But you're not going to break a $900 million man. He gonna go broke before he go to jail. And once that $900 million is gone, then he's gonna go to jail. After the vultures that gave him the money suck all the money back from him that they gave him, then they're gonna throw him in jail. And that's what's gonna happen. And then once he get in jail, guess what he gonna do? He gonna start him a podcast just like Suge Knight did, and expose everybody who was in on it with it. So they're gonna have to take him out. They're gonna have to take him out like they took out Wayne.
They're gonna take his ass out.
Damn, my bad. My sister calling my phone. Girl, people are nuts.
Sandra, let me ask you a question. Sandra, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Since you invited to the cookout, I guess you can.
Yeah. When are we getting married?
Ooh, baby. That's cute because I haven't been hit on in a while. But that's cute.
You fine as hell.
Oh, of course, and smart, and talented, and can rap, and can sing, and can paint, and
That's
can
it.
type. I'm
That's
writing
it.
a book right now. So, you know, I'm just all over the place. Can you help me narrow my brain down to one specific area? That's what I need because I'm all over the place.
Heck yeah. So let me we might be the perfect match because you got so much energy. Yo, me and you together, we'd probably explode the planet. For real.
I have to check your energy because I've been listening to you and your energy has made me call in. I've been trying to beat you up through the phone, child.
Oh my God, Gigi, you done got a dating match going on now.
Girl, why you want to beat me up? I'm all love. Why you want to beat me up? You know, come on,
because
man.
you extra.
I'm gonna let you take over.
Culture. No, you ain't gotta let me take over. I mean, I was talking about P. Diddy. You the one went there with me. And if you don't know, like, I'm a type of person that dates in between my race. I don't date outside my race. So if you would have known that about me, you probably wouldn't even went there. So I ain't even want to go there. I just try to leave it alone. But I want to get back on P. Diddy.
But I'm Sicilian, though. I'm half in, half out. Come on, I'm halfway there. Come on.
No, you're not.
I'm Sicilian too, and no, Mike.
Somebody please tell this man that he is welcome to the next cookout. And then after that, we have to see if we're going to extend his invitation further.
Let me tell you something. Black women love me. They love me. Just not you. You don't love me. But other black women.
Don't you put that in my mouth. I love everybody. But I got on here because I felt a certain kind of way. I felt like you was doing too much speaking for a man of color. And you don't got this man's $900 million. You don't know who he paid off before Cassie's case came up. I know he gave money. Somebody said something about him not giving money to his college right before Cassie like it was like the second week in November. He gave his alumni school almost $500,000, maybe more than that. He gave away $2 million before Cassie came out with what she was talking about. So first of all, he was doing damage control off the dribble. So even though Puffy is a snake dog in the grass, I'm glad he got his money. I'm glad he got these clear people in the back of his pocket. I'm glad he got dirt on everybody he got dirt on. And that's gonna be the last dollar that he pulled. So let's not get it twisted. P. Diddy we already let him drag Bill. We already let him drag R. Kelly. We letting them drag, we helping them drag P. Diddy. Who next? Kanye getting drugged. Then what's next? Who's next?
Why are you so angry?
Oh, this is called passion and admiration. This is not anger at all. See, y'all, Gigi, you know that, don't you?
You seem very upset. You seem very agitated.
And that's why we can't be together, because you don't understand a Black woman's emotions. Now, if I was mad, I would be crying. If I was mad, my voice would be cracked.
What if I told you that my girlfriend right now is an African American Black woman?
I would believe you, because a lot of Black women feel validated once they get with a person like yourself.
What am I? I'm an Italian. What is that bad?
You're okay. No. Like, I'm not trying to make this about race, but it is about race essentially. However, I mean, I'm just a pro-Black individual. I don't understand how a person can be pro-Black and understand the African American plight and decide to go and lay up with exactly what is the whole problem with our people. I'm trying to be very strategic with my words. I hope I'm not hurting nobody's feelings or coming out crazy.
Okay, but God wants diversity. So God created different types of people, different races, everything. We all come from God. But, the mixing of different races makes the most beautiful children, the most beautiful people.
That was so fucking racist. That was so racist. That was the most racist thing you could ever say out of your mouth. When I believe the most beautifulest baby in the world is midnight blue black. Do you understand how that was? Like, come on, bro.
I don't believe that. I believe
you think mulatto kids are pretty, and I think blue, black, chocolate kids are pretty. Most beautiful babies. Boy, see, this is why I didn't want to have this conversation.
Right to Cassie. Can we please?
Yeah, let's stick to Cassie.
Where you at, girlfriend? God damn.
Let's stick to Cassie.
So basically,
Cassie, the most beautifulest woman in the world.
Yeah, what I was implying is that people that have different races, they bring those beautiful attributes to that child.
Let's keep going to Cassie. Girlfriend.
Well, he cleaned it up. I like the way you cleaned that up.
Okay.
You did good with that.
Issue with Diddy. Just go ahead.
Okay, so back to the Diddy thing. I said what I said. He's not going to jail. He got enough money to pay everybody off. Google just told me he got $900 million. He gonna sit down real fast, just like Russell Simmons did. He gonna take take that overseas.
Yo,
he going overseas with all the rest of his little money he got. Yeah. But that's what's gonna happen. He's not going to jail, because if he go to jail, it's gonna be a Weinstein experience right there, and that's gonna be a whole nother can of worms, because then they're gonna be showing us that they can also murk one of us, big one of us, and we're not doing that. Well, they already showed us that with Malcolm and Martin, so it's just the same stuff, different generation, different year, different everything.
Sandiva, keep in mind, Pup's situation includes trafficking. This isn't just Weinstein.
Trafficking young kids like R. Kelly, supposedly, allegedly.
Right.
But we ain't got no kids coming out. Where the kids at?
Oh,
So
Jesus Christ.
Robert
Oh,
Kelly.
where the kids
Robert
at? You know
Kelly
where they
was
at? What's your name, Michael? Is your name Michael?
Robert Kelly was moving, allegedly, quote unquote, teenagers, maybe 17, 18, 19, and grown women in their 20s and 30s across state lines. And there is alleged trafficking. And
So that's
also,
trafficking. So
Robert
if you
Kelly is in federal
yeah
custody.
yeah. So if you cross a state line, you're
Home
trafficking. You're
is
trafficking an
prosecuted
underage
federally.
minor.
Yeah, immediately. And, or even the P word, the PORN word, over electronically, anything across state lines, it becomes federal immediately. So
It's interstate. It's interstate commerce. So that's
interstate
can be
commerce.
tied to a RICO case, which they can get multiple people that were involved. Anyone who drove the car, it's a RICO case.
Thank you, Mike. And Sandiva, please keep in mind that we're not just discussing Robert Kelly, from what we understand, was probably in the United States. Sean Combs is international. Like, it's something I think you just came here newly because Sean Combs.
Oh, I've been in the bushes, baby. I'm not new. I've been in the bushes. I be in the bushes.
I'm talking about life. It's Homeland Security. Homeland Security, 2 states, over 100
FBI, everybody, the marshals, everybody, child,
No,
everybody.
It's not U.S. Marshals or FBI. It's Homeland Security.
Everybody.
So it's not the same. Yeah, in a sense, yes, everybody.
So it's not the same in the sense where they can just do whatever they want to do, because that's exactly what Homeland Security did when they came in and put 1,000 red lights on a black man minding his own business.
Hold on real quick. So Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, they are in charge of investigating trafficking. That's why they're there. It's human.
I mean, I'm not ignorant, guys. I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to, I understand what you guys are saying. But at the end of the day, where the kids at? Where the kids? Did I miss something, Gigi? Was there a report of kids coming out lined up, hollering about what P. Diddy did to them?
So do you
Has
believe
Usher said something? Has Usher said something?
Hold on.
Has
Do you
Bieber
believe
said something?
Do you believe Diddy's innocent? Do you believe he's innocent?
I said that in the beginning. No, everybody in the world know Diddy ain't innocent, but this is not about Diddy. See, you misunderstanding what this is about.
What is it about?
I ain't even gonna say nothing because Gigi gonna get mad at me.
No, what is it about?
Basically, it feels like it is the other man, the clear man, taking out our black billionaire. But I don't want to go because it's going to play the race discussion, and I try not to go to the race.
I don't know why, because that's the hottest conversation in the world, because a lot of people is opening up their eyes and finally realizing what's really, really, really going on. Right, just like this man right here. This man right here talking about, oh, you should be my wife. And then three sentences later, he's talking about, well, my African-American girlfriend.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
So we just gonna roll over that. Like,
we're joking,
bro.
It's a fun. We're having fun. You're the only person up here. You're the only person up here being combative and not having fun.
And you're the only person up here thinking that I'm being combative. Nobody else up here thinks I'm being combative but you.
Sandiva, if I may ask you, for as long as you have been alive, I mean, because you're still a young woman, for as long as you have been alive, we all have heard something about this man.
Diddy. Girl, I already know.
Something. It has gone through, as long as there has been the internet. Once Google indexed the internet, the next day it's story after story about Puff. There's just something. I remember several years ago, somebody came onto Gossip and said that they saw bloody sheets in Puff's hotel room. This was years ago. And that's just one of the many stories that we all have been hearing about Puff. Moreover, if I may share with you, I myself have a very interesting Robert Kelly story from when I was in college. And I've also noticed throughout the years that it's very easy to find a Black millennial woman who has her own story about Robert Kelly. So, with that being said, it's
well, a millennial woman would be of age messing around with R. Kelly for real, right?
Over the past 20 years, but everybody has something. I'm just saying, everybody has a story. There's always something about Robert Kelly. There's always something about Sean Combs. There's always something. There's just something about them. And we've all heard stories. I don't even need to go into detail. Aaliyah, I don't need to go into detail. Videotapes, like we can go on and on.
Oh, yeah, we can.
The same thing with Sean Combs. There's always something with this guy. Everything. Moreover, he just moves incorrectly. Moreover, his relationship with his artist. Is it really surprising that you have Homeland Security, who is clearly looking to investigate trafficking? Cassie. So the one girl that we all know Puff has been with since the early 2000s, she submits over 300 pages to the government. Cassie, as of today, has now turned state's evidence. So I'm just saying, Sandiva, are we just going to ignore the past 20 years and use
that? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Let me see what your name is. Kickback. I'm gonna follow your page. You got a page. I like
So
you. I
this
like
is
the way
not
you talk.
this is not kickback talking. That was actually Lake. I'm listening to y'all before I get my feedback.
Okay,
yeah. This is
girlfriends, I'm done. I'll be on mute. Please go ahead, Janae.
Yeah, this is stupid.
And that's something else that's petty. Just because you're not leading the conversation, you think it's stupid. You petty,
if you want to come up and talk like a human being, come up and talk like a human being. You're acting like a moron.
You're attacking me. Now you're attacking me. Oh my God, he's attacking me. He's attacking me.
Just have a conversation. It's called a panel. It's called. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been mentally ill? How long?
Gigi, now he's insulting me.
Just keep it on Cash.
You're insulting me, but you're not making any sense. You're just acting like a fool. That's all.
Now I'm a fool. Oh my God.
So, like, to get back on the conversation and the topic, I think what y'all saying is valid. When you're looking at the long time frame of from the 90s, we're looking at from the early 90s, even from the early 90s all the way up until now, the stories have been consistent, even if it hasn't been from the same person. The different age groups, you're looking at clearly a decade sometime in between the difference. All the women, when R. Kelly was found guilty, all the women that he was dealing with were young enough to be his daughters, but we still heard those same stories when he was 27 and dealing with Aaliyah when she was 14. So again, when you have multiple years of the same thing being said over and over, allegations over and over, and then they finally get to a point where they can actually hold something over you because they can move forward with enough evidence. I think that's where we at. And the fact that P. Diddy has done terrible things, it doesn't matter. They're not looking at right now what the color of his skin is. They're looking at the fact that we've been investigating this mother for this long, and people are finally coming out being brave enough to say something. We're going to do something about it. So it's not necessarily, a race thing. It's not necessarily a who did it first. The subject at hand is, yes, one of our Black brothers is being held accountable for being a sorry ass Black brother.
But what about the fact that
kickback always come through.
Girl, she hit low below the belt. She worse than on Mike.
No, she don't. Kickback, she on target today.
Yeah, well, can I say something? I want to educate her on a little piece of information that she may not know. The reason why it is a white and Black issue is because Ciroc dropped P. Diddy because he felt like there were some discrimination going on.
And they signed 50 Cent, another Black man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Let's not cuss, please, Mike.
What are you talking about? It's nothing to do with race. You're a racist. You're a racist who hates white people. That's what you are. You're a racist.
Okay.
You're a racist. That's what you are.
We move
You want to
on.
blame the white
Mike, we've
man?
been having a
See,
great
everything is going
conversation.
on in your
Stan
mind.
is up here. Everybody calm down. I was turned up earlier too, but I mean,
But
we've
took
been
P.
having a
Diddy
great
away and they
conversation.
I'm
put
not the
50
We've
one
been
that
Cent
be
having
in
a
there.
talking.
great conversation. I can tell that Stan is just one of those people she like to turn up when she's on the panel.
Yeah,
When
she's an
you
asshole.
understand people,
Yeah.
She's an
when you
asshole.
understand people energy, you just got to know how to move, Mike. You know your
Yeah,
energy.
no,
You
but
know
I'm
you
saying
don't
that
have
she's
no
mad
bad
rude.
intentions. She
She's
she just
mad
turned. That's her
rude.
energy. She just turned. Just don't take it personal.
It's called drunk scumbag. That's what it's called. That's what energy's
Oh
called, drunk
Lord, Mike,
scumbag.
I'm gonna go ahead and step away from that, and I'll wait till we get back to the topic.
Yeah,
Gigi,
let's kick back. What?
Gigi, no, that's not fair. I don't think it's fair for you to allow him to drag me. I did not say nothing negative about him. I did
You didn't
not
say
say
nothing
anything.
Okay, okay. Let's put this
No, for
down.
real, Gigi. He just literally called me a fool, a racist, and a scumbag. And I've never said nothing derogatory towards him. So at the end of the day, I feel like I should be able to get my lick back.
No,
I've been
Sam,
polite.
can we
I've
please
been polite.
Sam, please, can we please focus on the subject at hand?
I'm the one focused. I was the one about to say something about what Kickback said. He the one
Okay,
went crazy on me.
okay,
See,
kick
that's
back.
the problem, Gigi. We give white people too many passes. Like, there's no way. Like, I didn't even say nothing ill towards him.
Okay, kick back.
I'm here, baby.
Yeah, you know, you have a gift of just smelling things out and getting everything together. So that's why I'm calling on you. I don't have that gift. You have the gift. So
You
I'm
have the gift too, Gigi. You just be laid back. You know that's all.
Yeah, she being lazy right now because she should have been checked him. I don't know why you didn't check him, Gigi. Now,
No, Sam, because no, Sam,
no,
because
he
to
was
be honest,
wrong.
no, I'm
He
gonna be
was
honest.
wrong.
Every last one of us that have got on this panel last tonight, even myself, has gotten out of character. Messenger definitely got me out of character where I had to use one of the situations that she mentioned to bring clarity to a situation. And you got up here, Mike was nice to you. He was flirting with you a little bit, just trying to soften up the mood. And you know, like it, I don't understand where the mention of race came about because nobody was talking about anybody's racial ethnicity or nationality here in a derogatory way. So I mean, this is a gentleman who showed you respect when you first came up, and then you know you've been saying like little passive aggressive like stuff to him, and I can understand he's probably escalated right now because it's like, where did this come from? It did come out of nowhere. Mike is a gentleman. He has been a gentleman the entire panel. He hasn't said not one thing to make anybody, even in our community, uncomfortable since he's been on this panel. He's been informative and he's been respectful. So that is, he didn't do anything. I'm not gonna agree with that.
see, that's why we love you, kick back.
Well, can we go back to the topic really quick? Something
Hey,
I just
man.
came over something. We're talking, all the people that Puffy has in his pocket. We're not thinking about, this is why I agree that he might not go to jail. Because all those tapes, all those people, higher ups, much higher than him, that's been in his parties, that's on tape. This is why I think he might not go to jail, for the simple fact of the information that he has.
Well, Kate, do you also think that that's another reason why they went in so hard like they did to confiscate what they confiscated? Do you think that there's possibly individuals that are higher up that are working against him just in case he's ready to work against them?
Yes, kickback. That's what I had said earlier. I
Yeah.
said, I think that this is beyond Diddy. I think that they're trying to get the higher ups. They're trying to go beyond him.
Well, they mentioned Prince Harry. Lil Rob mentioned Prince Harry in his litigation.
I
So
mean, yeah, Prince Harry was at a party. There's a picture of
Oh,
him, Prince William, and Prince Harry and Kanye West at a party, hugging, laughing. There's an actual picture. They was trying not to put William in it, but William's in
right,
the picture. They tried to cut him out, but
they were
he's
trying to
in.
protect him out of it. Yep.
Yep, he's in
yeah.
it.
Welcome back, Mike. You good now?
Ladies, I apologize. I mean,
You trying? You human? We all acted up tonight. You good?
my Italian blood came. I got attacked, and I attacked back. And I'm ladies. I apologize. I apologize.
It's okay. We know that you're not an irate person, and we know that you're respectful. So thank you for being humble enough to apologize when you didn't do anything wrong to us. So
thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. But you're talking about Prince Henry. That's and if you don't mind me saying this, I don't want to cut you off, sis. But the whole Prince Henry thing. He got cut off from the royal family. They cut him off.
Wait, not Harry, Henry, because of
Harry.
Jeffrey.
No, he's correct. His name is actually Henry. Harry's his nickname. His name is actually, yes, it's Henry.
Yeah. Okay. But they cut him off. They took his title away. They cut him off because he married the girl Merkel. Was it her name? What's her name? I'm trying to remember her name. But anyway, they talked back about the royal family and they cut them out. I mean, they'll still be all right. I mean, they got money. I'm just saying, but they cut him out of like the family.
Yeah, they said he got the money that he has is the money Diana left him.
Yeah. And Markle, her name is Markle, right? Something Markle.
Is it Meghan Markle?
Yeah, it's Meghan Markle. It was discussed in like the early 2000s that more money was left for Harry because he's quote unquote the spare and he's going to need that money for himself. And money was also left for William. The money that was left, that's Diana's money.
It is. It's her money. And the Queen passes away, and I'm sorry to hear that, because the Queen was a very nice. Well, I mean, she was the Queen of England, but now you got Charles that comes in. So if anything happens to Charles, if anything happens to him, then now you got the next kid that comes in, the older kid that comes in.
William.
Look, people don't realize this. Check this out, ladies. Did you know this? That the United Kingdom, they're the biggest landowners in the world. They own land all over the world, like islands and countries and all kinds of stuff. So they are mad wealthy. They are so wealthy you wouldn't even believe how rich the royal family is. So but the cat.
The largest landowner in Great Britain itself.
That's it.
They're the largest landowner, as you said, Mike, in the world. So they do cover like all space.
It's crazy. And China is trying to overtake them because China is buying up parts of Canada and different places around the world. They're trying to buy up land, but United Kingdom is still the largest landowner in the world. Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's facts because China has purchased so much land in Alabama and Mississippi, and people don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is that about?
Now, why are they doing that? Why do you think that?
And not only that, China's also building like their own man-made islands in the South Pacific.
Yeah. So those are jump spots. So when you build a man-made island, you're going to put a structure on it, but it's a jump spot. In other words, it's like a artificial airport, so they can have planes come in, land, and they can take back off. So China is going to. I hate to say this because I love America so much. But China is etching towards the next superpower. They're going to. They're etching. Yeah.
Mike, I will have to disagree with you because they don't have 6'3" in China like that. Like the United States has the height. Until I see 6'3" on the regular in China, they can sit right tight. 3 of them is one of you, and these are facts.
You must like tall guys.
Mike, you would be God's. You need to
but
walk
I'm telling you,
carefully before one of them is on the sole of your foot. Come on.
You guys think around July we'll possibly see some type of, because obviously it's going to progress further, this whole situation with Diddy. But in all actuality, what other celebrities do you think might be involved in this by this summer? who else do you think might be somebody that you would least expect to be mentioned? I'm thinking Rick Ross.
Mike, please give
Okay.
us a point on Jigga Man. Jay-Z, please.
Yeah. So the biggest one is going to be Jay-Z. That's going to be the biggest one, Jay-Z. And of course, Meek Mill has already been exposed. And then you're going to have, all kinds of other rappers, that were exposed. But Jay-Z is going to be the diamond in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they can tie Jay-Z into what was going on, it's going to break the internet. Go ahead, ladies.
Somebody kept saying MC Hammer too.
No.
MC Hammer.
No.
Yeah,
Let me tell you
What
something.
MC did?
I never
know,
met
but they
Hammer.
said-
I've never met Hammer, but I know people that have met him. That dude is a gangster. That dude ain't with that life. He ain't messing with dudes. Hammer is a gangster. Like, for real. Like he don't play. Like, he will whip your tail.
Yeah, not to say that he was messing with dudes, but that he's caught up in like the whole trafficking and everything.
No. I don't think Hammer has anything to do with that stuff. Hammer's a good dude. He really is a good dude. And I don't think, and he's a Christian. I don't think he has anything to do with that. But you're going to see a lot. You're going to see a lot of things but I think the Jay-Z chase, like if they can tie Jay-Z into this, it's going to basically explode the internet. Like, imagine Puffy and Jay-Z in like a ring. Like, oh my goodness. Like, it's going to be crazy.
And they are already very close because you saw Diddy said the only people that call him Sean is his mother and Jay-Z.
Yep.
Yo, you see Diddy on the Breakfast Club calling men daddy? What?
He was calling him. He was on when he was on Noriega podcast. Yeah. He kept asking Fabulous like, "Why we ain't never party?" But that's why I say if you really pay attention to some of the stuff that he said over the years, if you really listen to the context of how he says it, it's already like eerie. But you have to listen, even with that. And I really believe they really need to like pull Justin Bieber to the side and really just.
Yeah.
I really feel like somebody needs to really reach out to him because he doesn't feel safe in the industry. You can tell. And even when he made the video Yummy, he was talking about how he was trying to expose the pedophiles in the industry. That was his real reason of making that song Yummy and the reason why he did the visuals for the video like that. And it's just crazy because when you look at when Diddy had him, and he was, I got him for the weekend, and and how Justin was acting then, and then how Justin acted after the fact when we saw the next time Diddy ran into him, that boy was petrified.
Don't you guys remember the interview that he did, and he was trying to protect Billie Eilish, and that he had this conversation with her about the industry, and the guy was interviewing him, and he broke down crying. And he said, I just don't want them to do to her what they did to me. That's why. And he just broke down. I felt like tears came to my eyes when I saw that because you know what he has been through. And
yeah, they said that's why she wears the clothes she wears because she doesn't want them to sexualize her because, she is heavy chested and, behind those clothes, she actually does have a nice shape. And it's sad that as a woman in the industry, that's typically what you see. You see a woman either over emasculate herself or she's very aggressive in her masculine energy, or you see a woman who is, they have to put on this personification. Like, look at how Queen Latifah and the Brat, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, even though we know that the Brat, she's bisexual and Queen Latifah, we don't really know what her full orientation is. But the point is, you have these women that come off aggressive like that. You don't really hear a lot of these stories about them. It's always about the more feminine women, the women who, they have pure intentions or they come into this thinking that they really just need their beauty or their talent. And it ends up being more than that. You have some women that aren't mentally strong for it.
Look what they did to Britney. Look what they did to Britney. Britney's country folk. Britney has like she dropped out of high school at 14. Look what they did to Britney.
Yeah.
Look what they did to her. And there was Gigi in the 1999. I remember I was driving to church. There was a radio DJ. His name was Rick Dees. I remember he said in December of 99, he said Britney Spears, remember, she's like 17 at the time. She worked 360 days that year. Britney, a teenager, billable hours. So 360 days. That girl never stopped working. And they heavily, heavily sexualized her.
Yeah.
And Brittany never says no. You know, she's from the South. You know, she's a country girl from the South. She's not going to say no. She's going to just do whatever they tell her to do. And they took full advantage of her, including Timberlake. And oh my God, Federline. They just keep taking advantage. And she's here by herself. Look at her situation. We're talking about Bieber. No, and Bieber's, of course, much later after Britney. But Britney really, really suffered. And nobody protected her. All they saw was dollar signs. And then on top of that, you know how they would market her. You know, the hot young white girl from the South who could dance. Britney could dance. You know, and I mean, just the talent by herself.
But you also look at majority of the ones that were very successful and we love them since they were a child or a teen stars. Those are the ones that are the most messed up in the industry. Again, you're getting them when they're their most vulnerable, they're most where you can influence them the most. Look at it, Britney, Justin. You're discussing. Look, Raven Simone. She can't even remember when she was doing the Cosby Show. So
you remember
when you're
on Disney, you remember there was a Silverstone. Do you remember that show? I don't know if you were old enough or young enough. There was, I know people in the live chat, Chet Silverstone. It was a Disney. He was like a detective, but he was a young kid.
I know what you're talking about. I recall it now when you said that.
You remember? I know you remember him.
Yes.
He committed suicide, and he was a Disney kid. He committed suicide in his very, very early 20s. And he had a whole Disney show. Something happened to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, something happened. This young man.
Something happens to a lot of these young individuals. And that's why I say, like, when you really look at the ordeal, they target for parents. And they know a lot of especially parents that have been through stuff themselves when they were young and they ain't never had nothing. They're not reaching what they wish to, succeed, and they see potential in their children. Those are the worst parents that you can ask to bring a child into the industry, because those are the ones that will sit up here and will be weak enough to allow you to coerce them to take your child and you not be there. And then you wonder why your child has a resentment towards you and why they're all messed up and drinking and on drugs later on in life. But it has to do with they want these younger individuals because it's easier to influence the mind. It's easier to manipulate. It's easier to get them to do the things that they want to do. And once again, it leads up to a situation like this with Diddy. That's what led to this situation with R. Kelly with all those women.
Amanda Bynes. Look what happened.
She had an abortion at 13 years old.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
But
And she
they're saying Aaliyah, that she may have also when she was a teenager. Aaliyah with R. Kelly, Robert Kelly, the audacity to even defend a man like this, what he did to Aaliyah. Look at Aaliyah, not even 20 years old. Aaliyah was never protected.
And it traumatized a lot of other people. Look at that girl when on that R. Kelly show, when she said they were on the bus and when they opened the door and she saw Aaliyah and R. Kelly doing whatever, that girl broke down. She couldn't even talk about it. And it didn't even happen to her.
R. Kelly got his, but he's got like 20-something years in jail now, something like that. So he got his. So, and P. Diddy is going to get the same thing. He's going to get over a 20-year sentence. So they'll die. They'll pass away in jail. They will, because they're going to be old and broke and everything. But I didn't tell you this story.
Corey Haim. They said that allegedly. Oh, I hope this is not correct. That Charlie Sheen may have done something to Corey.
No, that's a fact.
That's a fact.
On the set of Lucas, the movie Lucas from the 80s. I heard about that.
Facts.
That's a fact. That's a fact. He abused him.
The other Corey confirmed it because Corey Haim wrote a book and he wrote it in the book. He just didn't say Martin's name. or Charlie Sheen's name. He wrote a book saying that, and then here's the thing. Charlie groomed him. So Corey started to like it. And then he kind of went at Charlie to do it again, and Charlie kicked him away and told him to get away from him.
Yeah. And that's when
That
he got
really
hooked on
happened. That's facts.
that's when he got hooked on all those drugs, because like basically he got groomed into something he thought that was pleasurable, and then his groomer kicked him away, and then he went ahead and fell into drugs.
And it's so sad because look at Charlie Sheen now. He's HIV positive.
Yeah, he is. He is. And you know what? You get what you deserve. You reap.
And he's in
as
a
you
state
sow-
where
as
he doesn't have to disclose his status. So when you look at something like that in the state of California, they don't have to disclose their status to you. That's
Yeah.
that's scary. So
As we
imagine
say,
have the individuals who are predators like that, and then you have your young children or your young daughter who's beautiful, gorgeous, or a handsome young man, and they want to come into this industry really wanting to be a part of something because they really are passionate about it, to possibly be groomed and manipulated by somebody like that and put in a position where you're not only just your mental state is in jeopardy, your health.
yeah. And that's when we take it offline. We take it, basically we do the Gully New York stuff, like in other words, if you're gonna hurt my child, I'm not calling the cops. We're just gonna deal with it. That's it. There's no phone call, there's no text. We'll deal with it later, you know. But the thing is that fathers need to be fathers. And the biggest problem is that a lot of these young men that get abused, they don't have a strong father. They don't have a strong father in their life, And I would never let someone touch my son, ever, ever. I will pass away if I have to. But these men, they don't know that you have to protect your children. Daughters too. Don't get me wrong. But you have to protect your children. Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
There's also the director of that movie Swingers from back in I think his name is Brian Singer, that director. I'm sure you all remember that movie. Vincent, I know you all remember that movie. It's from like the 90s. The director, he had been, oh gosh, Hollywood with very young boys, the pool, giving them drugs. I'm sorry, Gigi, the DRUG word. Sorry, Gigi. This is a director, Brian Singer. He directed the movie Swingers. You can look at the movie. It's pretty popular. Yeah, that he was doing things to many, many, many of these young boys.
Wait a minute. Wasn't Singer tied to John Wayne Gacy?
Oh, please
Which
tell
one
me.
of them? Yeah, one of them was tied to John Wayne Gacy. I think it was, if it's not Singer, it was in the Nickelodeon, Quiet on the Set. It was in one
Dan
of them.
Schneider?
It's pen pals with
the big fat guy. He was in Good Burger.
Dan
no,
Schneider?
not Snyder. It was one of them. I think it was Singer. He's pen pals with John Wayne Gacy. And they were writing letters back and forth to each other. And you got to think, why would John Wayne Gacy be going back and forth? Because that energy, that
they know it. They all know each other. You know that, right? They all know each other. They know, like, they can tell. They all know how, like, oh, if you're like me, I know you're like me.
Okay, so let me, ladies, I'm sorry to jump in, but what is the best way to read somebody? To read somebody where they're coming from?
Hold on
It's
one moment. Gigi, Sam would like to come back up.
It's energy. Your energy tells everything about you. Your energy. So like you said, predators know other predators. Warriors know other warriors. You can feel it. You can feel like, you go, and then you go together. So you're exactly right. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Okay, Ben, what are your thoughts?
It's just really funny that we talk about, when I look back as a child, and when I was in high school, I used to wait at the bus stop for my bus. Mind you, I'm 13 going on 14. There was this grown man that used to come and wait at that bus stop to see me every morning. And I don't know why I didn't tell my mother, but like it became something that was happening almost every day. Then it got to the point where he started talking to me from the car. And I don't know what I don't know, just something in me. Just one day he asked me to come in the car. He's like, I want to show you something. And I almost went in that car.
Well, let's not get too graphic if we have to go there.
No, I didn't. I'm saying I didn't get in the car. I'm just saying, you think about it as a child, I can't believe that I wasn't alarmed to be like, oh my God, I have to tell my mother. And I was more like, no, I shouldn't. And I think, do kids think like that this day? Are we still like that? That,
Well,
you know what I
let's
mean?
remember something that you
Now
were
because they've been so desensitized with
you were
everything
a
that
child,
they're
and
experiencing.
they literally will try to like slowly hypnotize you. You're like, I actually read about this. Up to age 7, it's like your mentality, your thought is like phantasma. It's like fantasy. You really are a child. You don't even have like a true concept of reality. Like, remember, like when you're 7, you're very much Disney, fantastical, magic. You are not thinking, like, you cannot apply you to the person you were then. Your
Yeah.
brain is nowhere developed, not even a tiny bit. And these predators know that. They know that. That's why, like, you saying these things about you at 14, it doesn't hold up. You are not in a mind state. You are literally in a simple mind state where you are not going to even know what is going on. That's
yeah.
why you can be lied and manipulated. And you see what you just said. He's coming to you every day, slowly but surely. He's not just attacking you. Think about the hunt. I live in a lake life. I live near the lake. If you're going after a deer, you move slowly. You never just attack them. You never just come at them. It's like a very slow, methodical walk, so that you can just like get into their mind, and then you can entrap them. It's like a hunter, quote unquote, even grooms the prey. So when you're saying right now, like, you cannot apply you then. You're an adult. Your 14-year-old self was literally being manipulated, scammed, and deceived by the devil himself. They know what they're doing. They know, not only do they prefer you at 14, they know they can get into your brain. That guy knew what he was doing. Listen to what you're saying. He's coming there every day. So you become used to him and accustomed to him.
Yeah.
Going to a bus stop where you have no protection.
What happened was, one of the store owner, because where I live, everybody knew each other. And the store owner noticed him looking at me every morning, and he told my mother. And my mother came to the bus stop with me one morning, and he's like, that's the guy. And then he took off in the car, and they tried to get his license plate. And from that day on, my grandfather took me to school every day. So I didn't see him anymore, but it was about 3 months straight. And when I
Look
think
at that
about it, the
situation.
fear in my heart, I still have that fear, thinking, what if I got in that car?
Well, don't be afraid. God protected you.
God
Whatever
protect
you
you.
whatever you want to believe, you believe whatever you want to believe. But I think God protected you. God had your back, and it's very much it's very much like predator and prey, and people will prey on your innocence. They'll prey on, you're not paying attention, and there are predators out there, and I've had to deal with a lot of them. I had to, and you talk to them, and they're oblivious to their own actions. Like, they think that what they're doing is normal. It's like, no, it's not normal what you're doing, bro. Like, you're preying on people. But
I mean, look
that's,
at the situation with Frankie Lyman.
yeah,
Remember the age he was when that older woman gave him his first shot of, heroin?
Yeah.
So, and he was what? I think he was under, I'm not sure what the accurate age was, but I think he was between the age of 14 and 16. Irregardless, look at that mindset. He was a little kid. He had started his little singing group. They were all singing. They were doing really well at that time that he was that age. So to imagine that a woman who's in her 30s to take a child that young to a hotel room, molest him, and then,
What?
excuse me for that word, but essay him, and then turn around and introduce him to a substance that young. And then look how young that Frankie was when he passed.
Frankie
So
Lyman and
that
teenagers.
once again shows you the mindset. No matter if you're a girl or a boy, that mindset is not developed well enough for anybody to make just decisions like an adult would that has had experience or knows what to expect.
Yeah. So it's like what they call it BDSM. Like it's like when people control over people when they put them in bondage or things like that. So it doesn't have to be handcuffs. It could be mental bondage. And you're exactly right. So people get off and they get their kicks on controlling other people. And they use it through sexual advances or drugs. So you're exactly right. Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers is one of my favorite groups of all time because I'm Italian and we love doo-wop. Doo-wop is the best. You know, like Frankie Lyman was the best. And I just, it's sad that people will get hooked into drugs and debauchery. So the devil, he wants you to get hooked on sex, debauchery, sex, and then they bring in drugs where it deludes your mind, so anybody listening, don't fall for the tricks of the devil. That's all it is. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say I thank you all for participating, speaking to Miss A, Lady Life, K Ben, Mike, girlfriends, kickback. I really appreciate you guys, but it's the time we have to let it go. So I'm gonna let each one of you guys go, but I appreciate you guys. All right, and San, I see you there. So San, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm closing it up, boo. You want to
Okay.
just text me?
Yeah, I'll text you, but I just want to
Okay.
say that I didn't have no disrespect towards nobody. I was
Okay,
trying to get my
Sam, let's
point
not
out.
go there.
And I love everybody, and I'm not mean, and I'm not a negative person, Messy, and you know that. And I'm just very blunt with what I gotta say. And I love you, and I thank you so much, Messy, for letting
You
me
know
come back
I love
on here
you
and say
too,
that.
boo. All right. I'll
Thank you
talk to
so
you later.
much. I'm gonna get in your inbox. I need to talk to you right now. You going on another show?
Not right now. I'm
Okay,
hungry.
well, I need to talk to you because I have a
Oh,
lot to say.
okay.
I
Bye
love
bye.
you, girl. Bye.
Love you too. All right, you guys. I love everybody. I appreciate y'all. And we are out.